Yeah, I brought him. Should be coming up anyway.
Uh,
And then bringing up Ian as well. I don't know. We're sitting in the connection purgatory here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you now.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Your voice is
There we
back,
go.
huh?
more or less. Yeah, it is.
Perfect.
Cool. We've got all source. Would be great to get all
Uh,
source. I'll get Raw's alerts, send an invite just to get him to give us an update first. I think we'll kick it off with just an update on the latest, everything we know so far, and then we'll start the discussion on China-US relations. All right.
Why did you not shoot it down sooner?
Because it was considered to be a risk to the welfare of the U.S. citizen, even though it was over Montana, one of the least populated parts of the U.S., but still.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Completely empty, just plains, no forests, just
But was it, so they also
plains.
said that they blocked it from gathering data,
yeah,
Or so they
according to
claim.
that's
U.S.
total
officials.
bull. And Greg Gianforte, the governor of Montana, was like, when it was over by Billings, he's like, Eastern Montana is one of the least populated areas of the country. That was a total canard to say that it was about populations maybe getting hurt.
We'll go.
Jim, in
I
a
want
What's
to.
LinkedIn.
that?
I want to kick it off. So I know we all have opinions. I want to kick it off with two. First step. What I would like to do is, Nick. I know you've been keeping up with the story. Also, have you been tweeting about the story as well, man?
So I've not been tweeting about it. I have tracked it simply because of my focus is mostly on cartels, but I have been tracking it extensively on open source.
Oh, okay.
And and
Rosalis will be
so
joining us in a bit.
and so has
Yeah, go ahead,
Austin,
man.
by the way. Austin has been tracking this extensively with me.
Ah, perfect. Yeah. All right, cool. So Nick, I'll let you kick off the overview. Austin, and anyone else can fill any holes just of the facts that we know so far. Then I would like to kick it off with Rory, because I know Rory, you don't have a lot of time, and that's your first time on stage. There's a few unanswered questions like, why didn't they shoot it down earlier, and the list goes on. So we'll go to Rory on that, and then we'll continue the discussion. And slowly pivot to, and that's why I invited Mr. Gorkaz, just to pivot to US-China relations. But Nick, do you want to kick it off with just an overview? And of course, Jim, Austin, anyone else could fill the gaps. Nick, I'll let you kick it off.
Sure. I'll be pretty brief about this, but obviously, several days ago, we did get a notification from, actually, I believe it first leaked on Twitter. People had spotted a balloon over Montana at the time. Apparently, the U.S. Department of Defense was already they were already tracking the balloon. NORAD was tracking the balloon, and as soon as it came out on Twitter, the DoD actually decided to acknowledge it, and China came out and said, "Oh, it was just a weather balloon that went off course." Now, several days later, it traversed over 20 states at this point, and finally, it was shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. But I do want to go to TJ Roberts real quick because he's been researching this a lot, and I want him to give us a timeline here.
Okay, so this is just the timeline that the mainstream media has put out, and a lot of these locations are more estimates than they are anything because the Pentagon has not exactly been transparent about it. However, what we can see is the first major sightings were in Billings, Montana on February 1st. It traveled through to Rapid City on the same day, then to Omaha, Nebraska on February 2nd. Then it went through Missouri, even making it close to St. Louis on February 3rd. Late last night, it was in Johnson, Tennessee, and today it wound up in the Carolinas and was just recently shot down in the Atlantic. Throughout this time, China later did confirm that it was theirs. The United States ostensibly decided not to shoot it down over concerns that there would be infrastructure or personnel concerns of safety of shooting something of that size down from 60,000 feet in the air. But further, one thing that's important to note about the locations of where this is that this balloon traveled over several Minuteman missile sites. Minuteman sites are the areas where the United States has nuclear weapons ready to go on rapid deployment. So that's just a general overview of it. No one necessarily knows what data they have right now, so that would be entirely projection, but it's worth noting that the direction that it went was over several of our nuclear weapons suppositories.
Yeah, and I'd just
And
like
why
to,
is
if I can just add to that very quickly, the Chinese tone has since changed from simply acknowledgement and almost even an apology to now one of, well, this is force majeure, which basically means that it's out of their control, and now they're trying to play diplomatic badminton by essentially saying, hey guys, we don't want to be accused of X, Y, and Z, and so their tone has shifted from even within the past 24 hours from one of more sort of reconciliatory or rapprochement to more of a sort of defensive and like, hey guy, hey America, don't get too sort of accusation, or you guys don't have much to sort of get away with in sort of sense of hypocrisy. So the Chinese narrative side of this is quite interesting.
So Piotr, can
okay?
I
So
can
I'm
I, can
gonna.
I
I
ask
mean,
real
for
quick?
that tweet.
Can I ask real quick, Piotr, just for our audience? Can you define force majeure? Because that has been something
Yeah,
the
sure.
Chinese have
So,
brought up
so
several times.
force majeure is essentially a fancy way of saying that it's out of our control. Essentially, the Chinese PLA, the Communist Party, have emphasized that this is a meteorological balloon that was utilized for, well-intended, if you want to say, research purposes, but clearly, and that due to excess winds and other things which surely they would know about if this was a meteorological balloon, which is why their argument is so weak, it's now out of their hands and force majeure. It's a bit like COVID, right? Force majeure, none
It's
of
a
us
bit
can do it.
amazing that they
Yeah.
are claiming that, given that they've flown this very same design of balloon over Japan's military sites like last year.
And
So they
also,
have
and
done
also
this
Latin
before.
America. Don't forget, there's one that's gone over Costa
And South
Rica
Korea
as
as well,
well.
yeah. They're
So,
surveilling
and they have. What's
there.
interesting though, Ian, is that they haven't
Yep.
acknowledged the one that's over Latin America. They've only acknowledged the one on over the United States and the one that was the third parent balloon, which is somewhere over the Pacific, I believe. So there's a lot of inconsistency with the narrative coming out of the Chinese Foreign Ministry.
So I want to. So what I want to do is I want to go to Austin briefly, just to fill any gaps, anything we missed in terms of facts, and then I want to kick it off with Rory, just to get an overview of what this means to U.S.-China relations and her thoughts on China's tone
I'd also
in
like
response to all this.
for us to talk about, I mean, this is something that we can get into later, but I'd love to talk about what people think the scanners or, the surveillance devices they have on board those balloons, what they have on there, right? Because, I mean, it's easy to use Google Maps to surveil Minutemen sites. They're all shown on Google Maps, but what those Google Maps won't show is, how many missiles there actually are in these silos. Perhaps the the balloon actually has the capability to detect nuclear weapons to pinpoint accuracy.
I've added
So
this to the
yeah,
agenda. I want, yeah. So Austin, anything before
yeah,
I go to
technical point here.
to Rory? Yeah, Austin, go ahead.
So sure, yeah. So number one, TJ was correct in that the DoD wasn't publishing, like updated specific location information on this balloon. That being said, via open sources, it was fairly easy to give an estimate of its travel path based upon looking at flight patterns of American refueling aircraft. So KC-46s, KC-135s, things like that. It's very clear that the Air Force is kind of tracking this thing through and through. Specifically, one additional point I'd like to make on the Minuteman sites, the locations of American nuclear silos have been readily, well known by countries such as China and specifically countries like Russia due to the Open Skies Treaty that existed from 1992 to 2020, I believe. Which basically allowed them to conduct surveillance over flights of the United States without being incurred or sort of intercepted by the U.S. Air Force, and likewise allowed the U.S. Air Force to do the same thing to the Russians. So, these silos, when we talk about them, most of these were dug in the 60s and the 70s, some additional ones in the 80s, but it's not like there are massive sort of, or really any efforts going on right now to dig new silos. And on top of that, so specifically with the sort of the question posited by Ian about, could these silos have more than one missile? Yeah, silos have a single missile. There is a technological innovation that came about in nuclear technology that allowed one missile to strike multiple targets called MIRVs, which is essentially, you put multiple warheads on the same missile. So when the missile goes to re-enter the atmosphere, it becomes capable of striking anywhere from 1 to 9 targets with warheads. So I don't think it's a particular concern that, the Chinese are looking at these silos in particular. These are well known.
I want to go to so Nick. What I want to do is I want to go to Rory, if you don't mind. Rory, how are you?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Let me jump in here just real quick because it is worth noting that a lot of the concern does have to do with not the location of the Minutemen silos, but what? Hold on, TJ, go ahead.
The big mute your mic, Nick. But the big concern is just like what information, what data are they getting about the Minuteman sites? I mean, I'm able to find the Minuteman sites with a simple Google search, so that's not really the concern. And as also was largely discussing, is like that is public information, but what the stuff that is terrifying is the possibility of them finding out stuff that's not known to the public, that's not known to them. That's more or less what I was getting at by mentioning the fact that it flew over the Minuteman site.
We're missing the broader point. It's about the administration's reaction. It's not about what they're actually picking up.
But it's also the balloon
But
is far larger.
do we really think that?
So just guys, just very quickly, Rory, I want to go to you, and then we'll go to other speakers, including Mr. Gorka. So that's your first time on stage. Pleasure to have you. You've moderated panels on tension recently on the tensions in the Taiwan Straits, and you've been tweeting a lot about the situation. You are a managing director at Asia Policy, the think tank. I would love to get your thoughts on the matter. How important, even if you don't think it's that important, tell me, Mario, I don't think this is that major. And if otherwise, tell me why you think this is so important and what it means to U.S.-China relations.
I think it's very important, but I would say that it's less important as the incident in and of itself, and it's much more important to look at it as a surfacing of a ton of irritants about, China's behavior and the state of U.S.-China relations. So the incident in and of itself, I think this group could probably debate all hour and maybe not even come to clarity on whether or not there was a clear and persistent threat to the United States from this balloon flying over our territory. Sensitive sites or no, but I think what it does surface is that there are a lot of concerns about Chinese surveillance of America and about how close that surveillance is coming into people's lives. Whether that is, surveillance concerns noted by the U.S. government about TikTok, whether it's about, 5G, and all of these other kind of tech concerns. This certainly was a huge visible symbol of China's surveillance capabilities. So it almost, to me, doesn't, it doesn't matter as much in and of itself if the Chinese were able to gather sensitive data. And for what it's worth, the DoD says no, they were not. They weren't able to get anything.
But would the DoD admit if they were able to get something?
I doubt that they would, but at the same time, it's good to have these consistent statements coming out. And I think in time, like if the DoD was inconsistent in the statements or there was an area to probe, there's certainly enough open source and people in intelligence outside of the DoD who could kind of make those concerns known. So I guess what I would say is we can't know at this point if what the DoD is saying is accurate, but I take them at their word for now. What I'm much more worried about is that incidents like this, which are going to increasingly happen. I mean, I think the frequency of these types of incidents, the concerns that the U.S. and U.S. government has about Chinese surveillance are going to grow as China becomes more and more of a peer competitor with the United States. And so I think we do need to have a framework in place with China, whether you call that strategic guardrails, whether you call that direct dialogue and consultation, but we need to have a framework in place to manage these incidents responsibly, so that, everybody who needs to make a decision about what is happening is well informed, has accurate and timely information. But
Rory,
also yeah, go ahead.
No, I just on this point, sorry, but this is a question that's been on my mind since I began following this on Wednesday. How much do you deliberately think that the Chinese have chosen a balloon? based on the historical association that the United States people have with weather balloons. Think Battle of Los Angeles in 1947, right? The fanfare that happened around that, and that most people believe it was weather balloons. And this whole just idea of Project Blue Book, the Pentagon, and all this sort of thing. Do you think that the Chinese deliberately picked a balloon because it's, one, gets us all freaking out, talking about it, and that's what the Chinese want to see, how we react. But second, because also it's not intense enough or extreme enough that it warrants a full-scale, aerial response. But equally, it is still something that they can get away with saying, "Ooh, oopsie, we accidentally, used a balloon and it went out off path." Do you think that this could have been a bit more deliberate, or it is literally
Okay.
just a mess on the
And
Chinese?
I'll add,
no,
and
that's
Rory, do you
go
mind?
ahead.
I'm going to add one
Sure.
more point to Piotr's question, so you answer two questions at the same time. So if you
Okay.
can add to that question as well, a lot of people are talking about, and there's an expert, I'm just trying to find his name, talking about the Chinese balloon being a dry run to deliver a nuclear EMP device. I know that's pretty extreme, but the person that did mention this is retired Air Force Major David Stuckenberg, who once led the Defense Department's EMP task force. I know there could be biased there since he worked in that department, but he said that to the Washington Examiner, and I'm going to quote exactly what he said. China's recent balloon flyover of the U.S. is clearly a provocation and aggressive act. It was most likely a type of dry run meant to send strategic message to the U.S. We must not take this for granted, and he's referring to a dry run in terms of delivering something like a nuclear EMP device. So we'd love to get your thoughts on this point along with Piotr, and then we'd love to go to other speakers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's what I would say that I think will cover answers to all of the questions. Everyone is speculating about the Chinese intentions. And the fact is, we simply don't know what Chinese intentions are. So you're going to see this range of views from it was an accident, the Chinese are incompetent, they don't have good weather balloon surveillance teams, and it really drifted off course, all the way up to this is a precursor to a full-on attack of some sort. Okay, nuclear EMP. If I trust the experts on the technology of these topics, right? But from my perspective, I think you can't get to the bottom of Chinese intentions without having real information gathering about those intentions. And intentions are difficult to gather intelligence on. You have to talk to people. You have to triangulate what people are saying widely across, the Chinese official government. I do not think that there was that it is plausible that the Chinese deliberately chose a weather balloon based on U.S. history. I don't think the Chinese know U.S. history that well. And frankly, I don't think the American public knows that history as well. This group of listeners is extremely well informed. I can tell that from the questions that you're asking. But for the most part, I find that, both in China and in the United States, the history of these incidents is not so top of mind for people. So how do we get to the bottom of Chinese intentions? We have to probe, and we have to probe through multiple different channels and in multiple different methodologies, right? So there's an intelligence gathering process that is covert, but there's also an overt intelligence gathering process, which involves officials from both sides talking to each other on a constant basis. We don't have that right now. I mean, we haven't had it since the Trump administration came into office and cut the channels of communication between the U.S. and China from several hundred down to like 3 or 4. And the Biden administration, for their part, has pretty much stuck with that structure since they came on. The stakes are so high in getting
But
China right.
what of the G20 summit meeting between Xi and Biden, where we saw the Biden administration essentially get the Chinese to rejoin the joint climate declaration? I know that's a different topic to this, but still, we've seen some.
So we had to go all
did.
the way up to the top of that channel, right? We had to go all the way up to the leadership channel to get any movement at all on issues that the U.S. wanted to cover. I do think that since that meeting, the tone of the Chinese has changed considerably in terms of all of the public statements that Chinese officials from the top down put out on, what the U.S. intentions are and what the U.S. threat to China is. So I do think there's this period of message discipline in China that has been quite tight. And it's interesting to me to look at how this incident is if this incident is going to change that, or how this incident will change that. Because certainly if you start to see Chinese message discipline that they would like to keep this, their relationship with the U.S. on an even keel, and that they would like to continue talking. If you start to see that drift, then we're in for a really rocky road ahead, not least of which because, as you had alluded to before, in terms of tensions in the Taiwan Strait, we're looking at a likely U.S. House Speaker visit to Taiwan in the coming months. We all saw what happened with that last summer. From the Chinese perspective, they've got to up the ante if it happens again. So look for the message discipline and see how it tracks over the coming days.
So I want to mention a quick fact before going to Austin, Allsource, and Ed, and then I would like to go to Sebastian to continue the discussion about the relations between both countries. I'm just going to read out this fact. China has an extensive satellite network. In November 2022 report, the Defense Department said China's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance-capable satellite fleet had more than 266 systems, second only to the US, and that's in 2021. So just wanted to mention that particular point. And that kind of goes to the point that there are more balloons, one apparently spotted in Latin America, one spotted in the ocean. Austin, can you elaborate on that third balloon?
The third balloon over Costa Rica?
Oh, it's over Costa Rica. So, Piotr, you mentioned there was one over the ocean. There's three in total. There's one in Latin America.
There's one in Latin America. It went over Costa Rica down towards Venezuela. There's the US one. And there's a third one apparently that's over the coastal region related to the American maritime line. So, Austin, I don't know if you can clarify on that.
Well, no, what I actually would like to clarify on is that, with the AP reporting today that there were two incidents in the United States during the previous administration where balloons were flown over the U.S., I think it's important to sort of note that the DoD previously has considered these sorts of incidents to be, number one, classified, and sort of not really worthy of public discussion. So the idea of, this being a new program, I would doubt, just because, we do have records of incidents in the past of this occurring. But specifically, I wanted to actually comment, Mario, when you were talking about Chinese sort of satellite capabilities. I mean, what we have seen from the Chinese over the past 20 years has been a considerable amount of investment in aerospace development, whether that's from their space program and their goals to construct their own space station to, surveillance satellites. I don't really foresee that trend ending or waning anytime soon.
So, Austin, let me ask you a quick follow-up on that. Based on the paths that you saw, especially the balloon in the United States go, does it seem the Chinese actually had active control over the balloon?
I think they had active control. Yeah, the Chinese said they did not. And from the path of that balloon, I felt like it would have been a bit more directed than what it looked like. It was following wind patterns, to be quite honest. And I don't think I at least have not seen anything indicating that this balloon particularly had, major propulsion devices necessary to guide it.
Right.
Yeah, so just a clarity on the balloon itself. It's a big thing. It's about, I don't know, several buses, as in like US kids' school yellow bus types, right? It has equipment ranging from cameras to basic kind of video footage type capturing equipment, and it had also solar panels on, I think, the south and western part of it. Can't really remember, but point is, it's a non-maneuverable, non-manned projectile basically, and it goes wherever the prevailing winds are. That's what the Chinese will say it is. What's quite interesting is, though, that it did go over some quite notable areas, like these missile sites in Montana that we've been mentioned already. So there remains speculation about how much it is, really what the Chinese said is, and that's why I think they kind of didn't want the US to shoot it down, because now what I understand is the DoD or whoever it is going to pick up the debris, and that's perfect in the sense of post-mortem examination to understand really what this thing is and what it's capable of, and also what it may have captured.
I'd tack on to that, Peter, and I'd say let's, I think it's important to note the size of some of these sites when we talk about, missile fields in Montana. You could reliably throw a balloon over the state of Wyoming and hit a missile site along the way, just based upon, how those things are spaced out and everything like that. What I think is more critical to sort of look at is what we can observe from the photos we've seen have been, like you said, the solar panels, the sensor array. And beyond that, if this was a propelled device, we would see anything from an engine to a propeller to, it's hard to hide a propulsion device on something that big.
Hey, Austin, I have a
So-
couple questions for you. Nick, do you mind if I ask him a couple
Yeah, sure.
questions?
Go ahead, Ed. And then we're going to go to all source and then Dr. Gorka.
Yes, so let's say it didn't have any propulsion devices on it. Would it be possible to release a balloon from China and say, okay, I wanted to fly over a certain area in the United States, or would that just be too hard to judge with the wind patterns and stuff? And B, the DoD said that they began blocking the signal from this as soon as it came over U.S. territory. Is that something that's possible with satellite jamming?
Okay, so on the first point, in regards to like releasing a balloon in China and targeting a specific area of the U.S., that's a very imperfect science based upon, okay, a really good historical example is the Japanese during the Second World War tried to create wildfires in the U.S. by releasing, incendiary devices on balloons and letting them travel over the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is well known. Those wind patterns are well known. You can release a high level balloon like that and expect it to end up somewhere in North America. The exacts of that without a propulsion device are very sort of wide ranging. Secondly, in regards to the ability of the DoD to jam, not dumbing it down, but to put it in generic terms, jam the ability of this balloon to communicate with the PRC or transmit data and everything like that. I understand that the technology exists. However, I do not have specifics on what specifically would be used, because that is generally pretty highly classified in regards to what satellites we would be using, what platforms, things like that. That's generally kept pretty close to heart.
So Austin, does it? Who is it? Oh, Catherine, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just wondering, did the government indicate that they are planning to retrieve the elements of the interior of the balloon?
Yeah,
So
yes, they have.
They're already
okay.
they're already doing so as we speak, probably about now. It's on the
So that wouldn't have been possible if it was shot down, right? So if it was shot down not over a body of water, that would not have been possible?
No, I think it would have been possible. The Coast Guard have been in touch. I mean, all these elements are in communication about this sort of thing. I mean, maybe Sebastian can talk to how this kind of thing works. But yeah, usually, I mean, if the British government, for example, the similar sort of process, if you have a foreign entity in your airspace, then it'll be shot down, and then the relevant party, be it the Marines, be it the Navy, be it the Coast Guard, will go and acquiesce.
Well, what I'm trying to establish is whether that could have been done earlier, not over a body of water, as opposed to waiting for it to be over a body of water and shooting it down then in order to retrieve these elements.
Well, I mean, the DoD will simply argue that that's due to the health and safety aspect, but also because they wanted to monitor it. That was what I saw some senior defense officials mentioning, is that they wanted to use enough time to monitor the thing itself. So it's not only about the safety and timing, it's also about what can they get from it whilst it's above the airspace. But, we can debate that further.
So all source, I want to ask you a question here. And I'll let you, I'm sure you have a lot to say to summarize the situation. So I'll let you do that. But afterward, I do want you to kind of go over a little bit what sorts of capabilities these balloons would actually have at 60,000 feet, which I believe is what the DoD, the Department of Defense, was claiming what the altitude was.
Yeah, so my comment was, I shared in the nest, like the first tweet, right? And we already touched upon it, right? That the DoD said basically, hey, not only did we jam it and block its intelligence, gathering capability, but that they were able to collect on the balloon, like do intelligence collection on the balloon while it's traversing through the U.S. when the balloon was unable to transmit data to China, right? So there was an intelligence purpose while it was flying in the U.S. And I mean, and to Catherine's point, right? The Navy can, even if it's under a body of water. There was another tweet. I can't remember which reporter talked about it, but basically said, hey, we had plans to collect this balloon in the water, and apparently it was, where it landed, the depth is 47 feet, and they said, oh, we planned for a lot deeper than that. So this is an easy operation, and the Navy has extensive capabilities to collect deep underwater. I mean, that's not something that is unique. And oh, by the way, I think, when, people are talking about, right, there are specific organizations within the intelligence community, specifically the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA, that are military, that specialize in foreign exploitation. Right? That is one of their main purposes, that they go collect data on foreign equipment. Right? That's why, if we go use the Russia-Ukraine example, every time the Ukrainians captured something, the DoD was just shaking their hands and being, oh, this is awesome, we're going to exploit this. And the same is for here. So to your point, Nick, there's a lot of intelligence platforms, if you look at the U.S. that fly at certain altitudes, like let's say the U-2 that flies even higher than that balloon, they can collect extensively at those altitudes. I think it's just a big unknown, really. I think a lot of that information, to Austin's point, maybe the DoD has a better understanding, but rightfully so, it's classified, right? And then this exploitation, we just don't know. A lot of it right now is speculation. I think there's a lot in the DoD that would have a fairly better understanding of what those capabilities are and what they can and cannot collect. And so that's why it's valuable to be able to retrieve it. And so, the DoD, I think to the point earlier, right, was they gained a lot of information from this capability. They're going to gain a lot more now that they can exploit this. And it kind of shows that the Chinese, why they would use a balloon when they have low Earth orbit satellites to collect intelligence. I mean, that's kind of the questions pondering. I mean, what I've speculated in the past in other spaces and with, a lot of the people that I talked to that covered this is like, I think this just shows a kind of generic lack of intel capability from the Chinese, that they're relying on high altitude balloons. I think this shows a deficiency because the United States hasn't done this since the beginning of the Cold War. This is something that we kind of just moved away because we have extensive capabilities. And oh, by the way, the U.S. Department of Defense are the ones who are saying, hey, not only do we know of this balloon, but the DoD is the one saying, oh, by the way, there's one over Latin America. Oh, by the way, there's another one over the ocean. So, the DoD has a fairly clear understanding of where these balloons are operating and can track it. And so I think that the choice to not to shoot it down over the U.S. was a very deliberate. Because of the ability for them to track it, I think it was deliberate to avoid civilian harms, and that's the messaging they have. I think it's legitimate to criticize the DoD on that. I think you can provide legitimate criticism saying, hey, that's bullshit. We should have shot it down the moment it entered U.S. airspace. But that's the decision they made.
Yeah, so also let me ask you again real quick, because this was a topic that came up a little bit earlier. Do you believe that this was actually an intelligent mission? Or was this something that was more along the lines of a test? Because that has been something that has circulated a lot, and pundits have actually talked about that. What would be your take on that?
I think from all the public reporting, what we're getting is that this was an intelligence gathering, effort. And historically, we've seen this in the past, right? We've seen these images and these satellites done in the past around the world, right? This isn't, and Austin brought it up, this wasn't the first time this happened on U.S. territory, right? And we've seen this around the world. I think this is, from all the messaging we're getting, this is a deliberate effort from the Chinese to do intelligence. That's the messaging. So that's the kind of where I have to go through. I think this was an intent to do intelligence collection. There's probably testing. That's just an added bonus. But I think one of the things to highlight it, and I think, I think it was you, Nick, that brought it up, right? The moment the first report we got this was very close to the U.S.-Canadian border, right? And it was,
right.
In the press saying, hey, there's, we see this, U.S. fighter jets were over that area, we're tracking this. So, there could have been a testing aspect of it of our defense, but I think the main purpose from all the messaging we're getting from the DoD is basically, no, this was intelligence.
Sure.
But
okay.
also, if I may just push, but surely are we
quickly.
really not underestimating the Chinese military capabilities here? I mean, this is a group that have been deliberately artificially creating islands in the South China Sea by which to, the Spratly Islands and more, by which to, arguably make their potential invasion or occupation to Taiwan that much more easier to undertake. Surely, they're literally that far behind that they have to resort to a weather balloon that the US hasn't used since the 1950s. Like, I feel that's a stretch, no? Or am I just being...
Clearly the Chinese have capabilities. I'm not undermining their capability. This is something, me and a lot of, Austin, myself, and other, guys have talked about. I think you could put me in the camp of I'm more skeptical of Chinese military capabilities, and I would, and this is not the space to discuss it. I would easily argue that the Spratly Islands have, and their ability to, not the Spratly Islands, the islands that they build in the South China Sea, have very minimal control and aspect in the Taiwan scenario, and I think it's more of a hindrance to their, if in a source of conflict. But you could put me in the camp of I'm a little bit more skeptical of their military capabilities, but I don't think that's kind of the space to discuss this unless we go that route later on.
Okay, so Dr. Gorka, I want to ask you a couple of different questions here, as well as get your overview. Do you believe that the Biden administration should have handled this differently? Should we have shot it down as soon as it crossed over into our direct airspace over Montana, or was it a good decision to let it go?
Well, I don't think you're going to be surprised at my answer to that question. But the sad thing is everybody's been missing the point here on this discussion for the last 20 minutes. There's a reason it's a balloon. there's a reason that China did this in a way that's physically obvious and has nothing to do with satellites that the average American can't even see with the naked eye. First, let's put the whole event into the correct context. So when I joined the administration back in 16, my job was going to be counterterrorism. That's what I'd done for the DoD for years and years and years. But once I came into the building, once you get the clearances, once you read the presidential daily briefing, your eyes get open to a lot of stuff that's a broader aperture than what you've done before. So I realized within a very rapid amount of time that the primary strategic threat we had to the United States was not ISIS, was not Russia, Iran, or North Korea. The only peer competitor strategic threat we had was China. For those who are new to the topic, I strongly recommend you do two things. In 1999, two senior PLA colonels wrote a book called Unrestricted Warfare. Unrestricted Warfare is the Bible of how China takes on a more powerful nation in a constant war. So for them, the idea that we're in a Clausewitzian period of peace and then war begins with a kinetic event is antithetical to basically the Asian way of warfare, Sun Tzu et al. For them, they are at war with us now in the intelligence domain, the economic domain, in the diplomatic domain. So unrestricted warfare is their textbook on how a far more powerful nation like America can be taken down by indirect and constant means. On top of that, since unrestricted warfare is published, and you can read unclassified translations of it online, you have to look at what they developed after that, especially the One Belt, One Road policy, which is their version of Chinese-led globalization, how they will control rare earth mineral deposits in Africa, what the reason why we let them buy the biggest copper mine in the world when we left Afghanistan. So, China is on a war path, and they have established a plan for the 100th anniversary of the communist takeover of the nation and the defeat of the Kuomintang in 2049. They wish to be the preeminent hegemonic power in the world. So that's the context. Regarding the specific incident, it's not really, and we'll never know unless there's a leak of capabilities and what it was targeting. Yes, it's difficult at 60,000 feet to penetrate some of our Minuteman silos with, even the best technology. However, that's not the point. The point is this was a probing event. The point is that this has happened before, and they wanted to see America's response. This was a test for the Biden administration. They saw what happened in Afghanistan. They saw the bloody retreat of the Biden administration. They saw the lack of an effective, robust response to the invasion of Ukraine. And now, whatever their imminent plans are with regards to Taiwan, they wanted to see what the administration would do. And the fact that it took us days to do anything, in the meantime, the Pentagon gives us spurious statements on, well, we don't want to kill people or hurt people in a state that is barely populated. I mean, the state we're talking about has less than 700,000 people in it. So it's the size of DC,
Right.
and we're worried about some solar panels falling on people in the middle of nowhere. So, this was a test of our responses, and we failed. That's the point. Not what they picked up in terms of SIGINT or comment, but how the Biden administration responded, and we failed that test.
So Dr. Gorka, it does seem today, I'll ask you this one more question, then we'll go to Patrick. The Biden administration did come out and say that Biden did order the Pentagon to shoot down the balloon back on Wednesday. But apparently, according to him, the Pentagon overruled them, quote unquote. And you were the deputy, you were a deputy advisor to Donald Trump, right? So, I mean, you're pretty familiar with this, and you are an intel expert. So with that in mind, is that something that's even realistic? Does General Milley actually have the ability to even do that?
Again, let's have a reality check on the two individuals we're talking about. We don't have to take anything for granted that the DOD or the White House is telling us. So number one, we know. Just read Robert Gates's memoir, former CIA director and former Secretary of Defense for Obama when Biden was vice president. There was a vote when we finally located Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. After we'd verified it, Obama curiously took a vote as to whether we should kill him, whether we should send in the SEALs and kill the architect of 9/11. The cabinet took a vote, and the only person who voted no was Vice President Biden. So we're supposed to believe that Vice President Biden, who didn't want to kill Osama bin Laden, is the guy that wanted to shoot down the balloon. So here, that's the first thing that doesn't gel. Secondly, what is Milley capable of? This is the same Milley who said, who has admitted that in discussions with General Lee, his counterpart in the PLA, the People's Liberation Army of Communist China, actually said to General Lee, don't worry about President Trump. If he decides to declare war on China, I will tell you first. I will give you a heads up. So we have, a complete rogue element in the highest military officer in the United States. We have a wokeified military where we're told that, under testimony, under oath in the House, he says, I don't know what CRT is, but I'm glad that West Point is teaching it because I'm white and we should understand white rage. So this is who General Milley is. So, the sky's the limit in terms of what he would or wouldn't do. And also we have to have not a pinch of salt, we have to have a bucket of salt when we look at the reports of Biden said, yes, shoot it down. If this is the guy who said, no, don't kill bin Laden. That's, put it into the correct context and then you make the judgment.
I want to go, Nick. Let me quickly ask the question, if you don't mind, to Patrick, who I managed to convince to come up. Patrick and Sebastian as well. I'm not sure if you can touch on this.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, Mario, I told your guys, if you can ever get either Gordon Chang on, that would be superb. He's the guy I rely upon, or David Goldman out of New York, and Jim Carafano. These guys are superb on China.
I'm in touch with Gordon Chang. I can reach out to him. He may not be ready tonight, but I can reach out to him.
Great.
Beautiful. Perfect. Sebastian, if you've already DM'd me the names, that would be great. I'll get the team onto them now. And I appreciate coming on. I know it's your daughter's birthday, so giving us the time. Grateful for that. Patrick, Sebastian, or anyone else I can.
Right now.
So Patrick or Sebastian or anyone else who can comment on this. Let me read it out again. Am I the only one that thinks that this is more concerning than other stories I have come across? So, retired Air Force Major David Stuckenberg, who led the Defense Department EMP task force, told the Washington Examiner that this Chinese balloon could be a dry run to deliver a nuclear EMP device. Now, I know it is speculation, but how credible is this piece of information? And is that a concern that is even worth discussing, Patrick, Sebastian, or anyone else?
Yeah, let me just shoot this one down. The EMP threat is real. It is massively disturbing because of the lack of hardened power grid we have in America. We know Iran has been probing our electrical grid.
Can you explain what you mean by EMP threat for anyone that doesn't know?
Yeah, so electromagnetic pulse. When with the Manhattan Project, when we developed the first atomic bombs, we found that a nuclear blast, in addition to the actual blast and fireball, there is a related electromagnetic pulse, which basically fries anything with an integrated circuit board. So you're sending a massive pulse of power through any system that has integrated circuit boards or relies upon modern technology. You fry anything that has a transistor or a microchip in it, unless it's sitting in a Faraday cage. That's why various very sensitive things in America have been situated inside a Faraday cage, but we haven't done that for most of our power grid. Now, this is the secondary or tertiary effects of a nuclear bomb, and it has been developed into its own type of weapon. The idea is a little bit like the neutron bomb. Most of you guys are too young. A little bit like the neutron bomb of the 1980s, that you can win a fight with an advanced nation by simply blinding it, by numerous aerial detonations of nuclear weapons will fry the power grid, anything that has advanced circuitry, which means the enemy is incapable of responding. So you don't have to kill everybody, you don't have to blow everything up, you just put them back into the Stone Age. Now, it's a serious threat because our grid in America is about 40, 50 years old, depending on which state you're in. So it's not hardened, it's very vulnerable. We know Iran, I'm staying in the unclassified domain. Iran has been probing this vulnerability actually here in the United States. But the idea that this is connected to it, no. You can't put an EMP weapon in a balloon for various reasons. One of them was already mentioned. It's not a dirigible. It doesn't have power. This balloon is allegedly slightly directionable. It has to rely upon the wind, the various trade winds, or the airstreams. The idea that you're going to target a specific area with an EMP bomb from the air with a balloon you can't really direct is just asinine. And on top of that, what are we talking about? We're talking about China actually declaring or taking kinetic action against America, which has more than 5,000 nuclear warheads. No, that's not what we're talking about here. You can't blind us with one bomb exploding in Montana at 60,000 feet. The EMP threat would have to be multiple warheads across the nation at a lower altitude. So I can't say anything more than that. But no, this is scaremongering. This is more about the general testing of the will of this administration. That's the real buried lead here.
I can see Patrick and Piotr both agree with the emojis. Patrick, anything to add?
Yeah, just briefly. I think Seb said it very well. I would add this to it. I agree with Seb. This was a test of U.S. commitment to defending its own airspace, and it's also a bit of normalcy bias. If you allow these kind of balloons to go across and the U.S. does nothing, it doesn't take it seriously, it views it as a non-threat, the PRC will continue to test us. It will continue to send balloons. It will continue to allow them to, as a Pentagon official said, hang out longer. That was an official comment to the AP, because we're not taking them seriously. Now, could they exploit that in some way? Sure, but it will also lead them to believe that it's an opening that they can exploit, either with balloons or with another platform. And frankly, it's just dangerous. This is not a thing that serious nations do. Serious nations defend their own airspace from intelligence collection assets of hostile foreign nations. And make no mistake, the PRC is the strategic threat the U.S. must confront in the next century. No doubt about it. And the less seriously we take them, the more of an opportunity it is for them.
And if I may just...
Patrick, before you do, Piotr, hold on.
Can I ask a question real quick? Yeah. So, I've seen a lot of people tweeting stuff like this, and I think it's absurd, but I'd love to have Seb or someone else answer, the idea that the Chinese balloon could have a COVID bioweapon inside of it, and that's why they didn't shoot it down. I mean, what's the likelihood of that?
Ian, you're going to get Sebastian or Patrick telling us they'll never join again.
At 60,000 feet, I mean, it's ridiculous. 60,000 feet, it's just, I mean, you're smoking Hunter Biden's crack pipe. That's...
Yeah, I figured. Absurd. Just absurd, yeah. So I just wanted to clear that up, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally conspiracy theorists.
I'll go to Patrick. How... what was my question I had in mind? Ian, what'd you do? So what's the worst case?
Can I just before you remember your question, just one thing. So one last thing that kind of helps illustrate the broader context. So every administration except the current one, because they haven't written it yet, has something called the National Security Strategy. It's actually required by an act of Congress that every new federal administration has to do an unclassified document that says this is what this
Sebastian, that was released in September. That came out in September.
Yeah, I know.
October.
That one's not. I'm talking about real ones. So if you look at the National Security Strategy of the last, let's say from 9/11, they're not really serious. So whether it was Republican, whether it was Democrat, they're kind of laundry lists. Like, we're going to be able to do 2 major theater wars. we're going to save the environment, we're going to save the whale and the penguins. They're the antithesis of strategy. They don't prioritize anything. Bush was as guilty of this as Obama. When we came in, and I was at the table for this, we had an interagency process for about nine months with a very capable woman who was holding the pen for the president. And we wrote a national security strategy, the majority of which is unclassified. There are some classified annexes, but if you really want to understand Russia's response today in Ukraine, why China's launching balloons across U.S. airspace, you need to read the unclassified national security strategy that we deployed at the end of the first year of the Trump administration. Because what we said was the age of grand power competition has returned, that we are back in an age of geopolitics, the revenge of geopolitics, if you will, and great powers will be competing for hegemonic control. That went against the verbiage and the worldview of the Rhino establishment and the Democrat establishment. But China woke up and they said, this guy gets it. He understands what unrestricted warfare is. His experts understand what One Belt, One Road is. So, this current incursion and the incursions on Taiwanese airspace and everything else is their test to see, does Biden subscribe to what Trump believed, or are we back in a safe position to flex our muscles? So again, you've got to put it into broader. It's not about, what this thing can intercept in SIGINT. It's not about what areas it flew over. It is putting it into the broader geopolitical and geostrategic context. China wants to know whether there is any spine in this administration, and they just found out in the last 4 days the answer to that question.
Patrick,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to push back.
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
If you read Biden's national security strategy that was published, it clearly states that
try to get closer. Also, try to get closer to your mic if possible, please.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, can you hear me now, Mario? Better?
Yeah, man, it's perfect.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that the Biden administration's national security strategy, in multiple occasions, is saying that the era of strategic competition has returned. And how they frame it a lot, they mention specifically China and Russia as strategic competitors. I mean, that is in the national security. And the reason why I know is I read it because I tweeted about the portion about North America, specifically Mexico, because it covers cartels, which is what I focus on. But I read the whole thing. I mean, strategic competition was the framing of the national security strategy. Now, you can make an argument that he framed it more in this notion of democracies versus autocracies, which was kind of this underlying issue that the Biden administration has been trying to push. But the clear message was strategic competition is here, and that is a continuity. In many ways, I would even argue that the Biden administration in this foreign policy with China has continued a lot of those policies. I mean, the decoupling with China and the economy, the notion that China is a strategic competitor, the notion that Russia is a strategic competitor. I mean, there has been a lot of continuity and bipartisan support with Republicans and Democrats, specifically in the issue of China, on the China being a primary geopolitical threat.
So Patrick, I do know
the trouble is just the schizophrenia. So if you want, and I'm happy to post these on my Twitter feeds when I get off the phone, is in an 18-month period, Biden has said the following repeatedly at different times. He said, "Come on, man, they're not our enemy, they're our competitor." He said that on the campaign trail numerous times. And then he said on camera from the Oval Office, he's actually said, if we don't get serious, they're going to eat our lunch, right? So it's the utter schizophrenia of the commander-in-chief. You can write whatever you like in the NSS, but the actions of the commander-in-chief has to back it up. We wrote in the NSS, we are back in an area of grand power competition, and the president backed it up by declaring a trade war on China, by instigating tariffs and going to war, economically. But when the commander-in-chief, the following commander-in-chief, says one thing in the document and then said, literally, I can send you the video, "Come on, man, they're not our enemy," and then literally 3 months later says, if we don't get serious, they're going to eat our lunch, sitting in the Oval Office, then China has to know which it is, and this is how they're testing it.
Well, Sebastian, would you say that the semiconductor, the move that he pulled with that, would you not say that that was kind of a firing shot ultimately that kind of maybe started some of the escalation with them? I mean, I think things have been escalating for a while, but this was a very specific concrete move, and this is them kind of going in
Catherine,
answer to time.
can you explain to the audience what move you're referring to?
Yeah, so with the semiconductors, what happened was he said that so the U.S. administration had announced that anybody who's working who's a U.S. citizen would have to basically, if they're working in China, they would have to come back to the U.S. They would have to quit their jobs that are in China, and then also they forbid the importing of certain parts and things like that. So basically, an embargo on semiconductors, which would cause a lot of issues
It would
around.
probably help China more
Yeah.
than it's helped the United States because what this has
In
done.
what way, Ian?
Well, allow me to explain. Well, Taiwan has been severely impacted by these tariffs, right? Not tariffs, rather the ban, right? It's been severely impacted to the point where Taiwan and China are now discussing combining forces in their semiconductor industry because they're severely impacted by this. So it appears to be backfiring.
Yeah, I
Quite a
originally
bit.
thought it was a
You
good
wasted
move,
lots
but
of your
now
evidence for that, mate. Sorry, but the Taiwanese and the Chinese getting close on the semiconductor front. Are you nuts? That's not happening.
No, that's
It's been.
exactly what they're on about. They're both opposed to it. Look at recent statements made by the Taiwanese
But
government.
no.
They're not happy with the
That's
ban.
just misinformation, mate. Sorry, but I fundamentally have to push.
Yeah, I'm sure Taiwan is promoting misinformation by itself, but you can
Wait,
look it
wait,
up.
hold on. Can we get Piotr to just, because I want to try to understand this a little bit better because just the situation. So Piotr, I couldn't hear because there was overlap. So what were you saying in response to what Ian said?
I'm saying that Ian is fundamentally incorrect when he says that the Taiwanese are getting closer with China when it comes to the production of semiconductors. TSMC, which is the company within Taiwan that produces about 80% of semiconductors, is not something that the Taiwanese want China, the CCP, to have access to, because that would mean China was on board on the same level of production in terms of advanced industrial equipment, military equipment, as the Americans and much of the modern world, right? So that for him to say that the Chinese are actively up for being greater in terms of no, there's no denying that the economic integration of the two is high. But I'm sorry that goes against the chips bill in the summer. So I just push back on it.
And by the way, just to add to
I mean,
that,
I'm sure you're under the impression that the Taiwanese don't want to merge with China, but half of them do. So
Ian,
yeah.
I maintain contacts with friends in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Taipei. I've done a little bit of business in recent years related actually to semiconductor manufacturing. And I will say this, there was a move in Taiwan up until maybe about 5-6 years ago that was pretty strong in terms of expanding investment on the mainland. The KMT had been more and more willing, that one of the political parties there, the two major parties are the DPP and the KMT. The KMT aligned folks were more and more willing to do investment there. TSMC does have some investment on the mainland as well. But over the last 6 or 7 years, they've got, especially as the Hong Kong situation was developing, to kind of put a cap on it, they had gotten the message that doing more and more investment with China, trying to build more and more relations, was actually going to undermine their security. And you're actually seeing the KMT, which had been fairly strong for unification with the mainland as a long-term goal in some form or fashion, and in various degrees, that they're back. A lot of the people aligned with that political party are backing off. DPP has always been a strong independence party in Taiwan, and they were the only strong voice and did have a strong political voice. And Ian's correct that there are quite a few people on the mainland who would be totally willing to unify with China. But I'm just saying that overall in that country, they're getting more and more resolved. People in that country despised the Taiwanese military, just your average rank and file people. Totally different than the United States, where your average American citizen had some degree of positive feeling about our military. They did not used to have that. That is changing in recent years. This is something that I've been encountering in discussions with. I got really deep into this about 10, 12 years ago when I started to make connections with that. And I'm telling you,
Taiwan's more and more resolved than ever. And to this point, I'm not sure that this is some test to see if what we'll do with Taiwan. I have to agree with Sebastian. This is almost
How's that even
entirely
true
a
when,
desire
when
to.
Taiwanese parties are literally lodging a protest against a potential McCarthy visit?
That's just because that's an
Can,
unnecessary
can we
inflammatory.
just again?
Ian,
What?
Hold on.
Sorry, Mario.
Yeah.
Mario.
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Goka.
What one thing here? So we're being really, what do they say, ethnocentric here? I mean, so many people on the call are judging China like it's a Western nation. The idea that, well, look at how they responded to the semiconductor thing. It's like, guys, hang on a second. This is one of the few nations in the world today. Out of 200 countries, there's maybe 3 that actually think strategically in the long term. And China's one of them, and Iran is another one. China doesn't think about tit for tat. Biden did X, therefore we must do Y. They listen to what I just said a few minutes ago. There is a 2049 plan, right? What they are doing today is to culminate for the 100th anniversary of the communist success over the nationalist Kuomintang and the rise of communist China. So the idea that we are seeing some response to something we did here is an ethnocentric Western way of looking at it. This is a nation. It's like that canard from when we invaded Afghanistan, that the Taliban and the Pashtuns would say, that's a nice G-Shock watch you've got there, Mr. SF guy. You've got all the watches. We've got all the time. Don't judge China based upon the way we do policy, which at best is done for the next, shareholder quarter or the next election. So please, guys, when you're looking at China, judge China like a millennia-old nation and a culture that actually does strategy, and we really don't.
And that's
Sebastian, I
exactly
just
why
want to.
I want to go.
Exactly.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, go
All
ahead,
right,
Mario.
so just very, very briefly, first, James Carafano will be joining Sebastian. Just thought I'd let you know. And I want to go to a question, Patrick, I've been
Excellent.
dying to ask. And then I'll go to Aaron. I know, Aaron, you've got a few questions as well. But Patrick, question to you is, back to the balloon. How serious of an escalation is this? Or can we even call it an escalation? You've got 3 balloons now. And, are you concerned, or when would you be concerned?
In real terms, I don't take it that seriously as a military threat. I think the Pentagon's probably right. It's fairly negligible. The symbolism is more what concerns me, and the loss of face that it pretends for this administration generally, but the nation as a whole. If we assume, and Pentagon has said this, that they were tracking it over the Aleutians when they first picked it up, that means either A, they made the decision not to shoot it down then, which then leads to the question of, okay, why did you allow it to overfly the entire United States and then shoot it down? They didn't pick it up soon enough to make a decision, which could be a tracking issue with craft of this type, or they picked it up, they up-channeled it to the White House, and the White House couldn't make a decision until it reached landfall, and then the problem became more complicated. That's a problem. It's either a detection issue, it's a seriousness about defending our airspace issue, or it's just the ability to make decisions under pressure with any kind of alacrity and then carry them out. Either way, any way you slice this, that thing should have been destroyed while it was in U.S. airspace over the Pacific Ocean. It would have resulted in exactly what we have now without allowing them to overfly the entire United States.
So let me ask you a quick question here, Patrick. You were former United States Air Force, and so I do want to ask, the DoD did say it wasn't safe to shoot down the balloon over somewhere like Montana. Is this a legitimate concern or an excuse not to take action at the time? How big of a debris field are we looking if they were to do this? And, could it have been controlled?
Well, first off, I was not a flight officer, so I'll answer this question with that knowledge.
The Fortnite bus.
No one's really had to shoot down balloons in quantity since probably the First World War, but this is not like an aircraft where you hit it, it's going to strew a major debris field behind it, and then it's going to plow into the earth. you're going to shoot this thing full of holes. It's going to vent gas and then descend. The odds of it shedding large amounts of debris are negligible. Now, it also means you don't really know where it's going to come down because it could take quite a while to descend. So if you're going to shoot this thing down, the Montana answer they gave is somewhat deceptive. This thing was overflying the Pacific Ocean, the Alaskan wilderness, the Canadian wilderness, and only then did it get to Montana. So the Pentagon's answer, I think, was somewhat deceptive on that. It gave them an excuse for why they weren't doing, what everyone was asking they should do.
Yeah, so Jim, I want to go to you real quick because we have James Carafano on stage, and I'd love for you to give an introduction before we go to Hans.
Well, James Carafano
Jim?
is an expert on all things military international relations and works with Heritage Foundation, and he
and nuclear artillery, so he knows his stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So yeah, James, go ahead. We'd love to.
Jim, do you mind? Yeah. I've got a question for him, Jim, if you don't mind. James, a very broad question. What do you, and this is again speculation, but what do you think the balloon was actually used for? And what's the best case and worst case scenario? We were talking about whether we had a general say or an ex-general say it could have been a dry run for an EMP device, nuclear EMP device, which Sebastian said that's not possible. Would love your thoughts on it.
Yeah. So hi. So two really interesting questions. One goes back to the detection. I seriously doubt they had trouble detecting this. This is a big, giant blip in the sky, and remember, it's communicating. It's constantly sending out electromagnetic signals because it's sending data back to somebody. So the notion that this thing wasn't picked up by surveillance is just nonsense. So they had to know these things are coming. So there's two logical explanations. One is they were trying to gather data on it, right? So obviously the transmissions were encrypted, but maybe we can intercept that. Maybe we can decode that. So sometimes we don't like to talk about what the enemy intel is doing because we're gathering intel on the enemy intel. The other argument is they knew it was coming and they didn't, nobody knew that these flights were happening and they didn't want to upset the relationship with the Chinese. So they just didn't want to talk about it. Now it's possible that both those things were true. And I think the shoot down answer is pretty simple. The news broke after it was over the United States. I think they were incredibly risk averse that, a balloon thing would kill some dog or something and they'd freak out. So, but I'm sorry, I still have this thing from this 1965 sitcom F Troop going through my head of, the Huck Howey saying this is balloon and everybody freaking out. Cause that just to me, that sounds like the White House. The other interesting question, which is really, really the real question, which is why are the Chinese doing this? They have exquisite and very capable satellite surveillance capability, really that could surveil all the kind of targets that they were looking at. So why this? So what kind of niche capability did they actually think they need? Or what were they testing or looking at or trying out that made them to do this? And again, part of the answer may be the intel community wanted to study what they were doing rather than interdict it. The other stuff that we're seeing on Twitter and people's explanations, like, oh my God, it could be, they could attack us with biological weapons. Well, that's just nonsense. It's very, very difficult to do a high altitude biological weapon attack because a biological weapon is a living thing, which means that you have to protect it in a very hostile environment. It's very, very difficult. You have to microencapsulate every single little germ. Getting it to the ground live is incredibly difficult. And as we saw COVID spread, that if somebody wanted to spread a biological disease, there's just way simpler ways to do that. It makes no sense for a chemical weapon because the altitude is way too high. It can't carry a very heavy payload. You would have no idea where it landed. It would be completely ineffective. The nuclear EMP thing doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Look, nobody puts a nuclear weapon on something they can't positively control and float it around the world. It's just like putting the nuke, the scenario, but putting a nuke in a shipping container. These are just stupid scenarios when you have very, very reliable delivery systems, that that can actually traverse the world in 30 minutes. The balloon thing is, I mean, the physics, the chemistry, the sanity of it just don't work. And when experts jump on and say these things, I think the first thing you have to do is like block them on Twitter.
So can I ask you a quick question? That's to
You can ask a quick question, then I have a question for James as well. So go ahead.
So just to that point about the biological aspect, I mean, weather balloons are incredibly light, even if they're big. To carry something of a biological chemical capacity would require something far more sophisticated. So it's just completely bizarre for people, and for the general to be suggesting that is simply to drum up, the desire.
I don't think anyone serious is suggesting that. I think it's just stupid people on Twitter.
Well, but
just to be fair,
who said that this could be the next one EMP device, as we just touched upon with Sebastian. It's just scaremongering because
that was a credible. Yeah, that was a credible person. Yeah. So that one was coming from a credible source. I agree. So I mentioned it, but I think everyone is unanimous. Yeah, Sebastian, Piotr, and James, you're all unanimous that this is not even something worth discussing for various reasons.
My question.
Yeah, it's just absurd. It's just a realm of absurdity.
My question for James, though, for you, I asked it to another expert we had earlier here, is do you not think that this could be a deliberate choice by the PLA in the sense of that they pick something that is so overtly obvious, that we're all freaking out about it, whilst also it's a bit finicky to shoot down? Because, if you get F-16s up there, it's a bit of an overcompensation for a balloon. So do you not think the Chinese may have done this deliberately as a way to sort of, just mess around with us psychologically, a bit of classic psychological warfare?
That's actually a really good question. I was about to ask that.
Well, that is a really good question because, there's two rational answers. One, again, is they have some kind of niche collection need that they thought this was maybe high risk, but it was worth trying. I struggle to figure out what that is, again, since they have very robust and capable low Earth orbit satellite collection leads. Now, the reason, the problem with satellites is the Earth rotates. And so, people not being stupid, they know when the satellite is going to be overhead, and they know to shut down activities that the satellite can see, so the satellite can see them. Conversely, when we're doing verification, we actually open up the silos so the satellite can see it, so the other guy can count them. So did they think that somehow you could sneak a satellite in, a balloon in, and it could catch people off guard? Well, I mean, if that's their thinking, it's not really very smart because, again, the odds are that we wouldn't see that balloon coming and wouldn't be able to do the same kind of mitigation that we do with lower satellites is just stupid. So the other explanation is, and I don't know, maybe there is something that we hadn't thought of, but the other explanation is, you know what? Maybe they just wanted to do this to see what we did and to see what they could get away with. And I take Mark Esper at his word that maybe they never did this under Trump. And maybe they thought, you know what, let's really test Biden and see what we can do. Sebastian and I talked about this on a show the other day. During the Cold War, the first way we started to really get intel on the Soviet missile capabilities was we flew aircraft so high and so fast that the Russians literally couldn't get up into the airspace to shoot them down. Planes and missiles would fall out of the sky trying to reach our aircraft that were flying faster than anything had ever flown before. And of course, we did that until we had satellites. But we did this for years, and the Russians never said a word. And the reason they never said a word was because they didn't want to be embarrassed to say they couldn't defend their own airspace. And so it is possible that the PLA was saying, hey, look, what's the worst thing that can happen here? The Americans will get angry at us and shoot the balloon down. A big deal. But, maybe we can do this, and maybe they'll do nothing. And maybe that's worth something.
James, just I don't want to discount their reasoning for this about it being a weather balloon and an excuse. We all discounted it, including myself. Should we discount that explanation, or is it still possible?
I think the really simple answer to that is this balloon was spotted not just because it has a radar signature, but also because it was very likely communicating. It was emitting. I mean, part of the reason why it has solar panels on it is not just to power everything, but to power the communications thing. So if that's correct, and it's emitting, is it emitting encoded information or unencoded information. If it's a weather balloon, nobody on the planet Earth sends up a weather balloon and then bothers to encode the information so nobody else can get to it. It's very easy to tell if it's encoded or not. My guess is the U.S. government knows that, and that is their absolute confirmation that this is no way whatsoever possible
Okay, so
a weather balloon. But I would just add real quickly, the other is look where it went over. I mean, it's gone over. They had them over Guam. They had them over military facilities in Hawaii,
James,
including missile ranges.
why would they let it go? I know you touched on it earlier, but if they spotted it days ago, and I think you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that it shouldn't be too hard to spot. If they spotted it days ago, because suddenly now they spotted all three of them in like 2 days. If that was spotted days ago, why would they allow it to get into US airspace and go over all these sensitive areas? Could they have blocked the transmission, or was it just not spotted and maybe they just spotted it recently?
Yeah. So I think the answer to that is either a combination of things. Is one, maybe they weren't worried about it because, again, if they knew they were coming, they can mitigate the things that they can't really see anything that's of value from military bases. So that's one. The other is maybe they wanted to collect against these things to see kind of what they were looking at, what kind of capability they have. We do that a lot in the intel community. But the third thing is maybe they just didn't want to make an issue with the Chinese over this. And remember, Biden was heading to China. And when we undo the timeline here, we know that they knew the balloon was coming when the trip was already planned and announced. And they didn't cancel the trip until after the balloon not only became publicly aware that everybody knew the balloon was coming, but everybody was really super upset about it. So they made a conscious decision not to say anything about the balloon and to push forward with the trip, and only canceled the trip after they got grief about it. So if the balloon, and it was a problem, they would have canceled the trip at the front end. So I think they were consciously trying to bury this, maybe for intel, but politically, they wanted to go and they talked to China, and to be honest, they didn't really want this balloon thing to get in the way with that. And the only reason why they canceled the trip is because we all got pissed off about it.
Hey, James.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question.
Hold on, Nick and Jim. Yeah. I'll let Jim ask the question. But Jim, just want to touch. I'll let you ask the next question because I want to touch on just this particular point that James mentioned. I will go to you, Jim, if you don't mind. When you said, James, that they don't want to upset the Chinese. Obviously, I'm not the expert here, but it just sounds ridiculous to me. Like your number one enemy has a big ass balloon right over you, and apparently 3 of them in total. One over your airspace, over all these sensitive locations, and yet you're the one that should be worried about not pissing them off. Is that like? It just sounds too extreme to me. For me to have a balloon over the U.S., usually any intelligence gathering actions are usually covert. Not so open,
right, in your face,
with it for everyone to see. Yeah, so that's why I was surprised. Like, that explanation just didn't make sense to me. But is it a plausible explanation? Is it genuinely possible they didn't shoot it down just so they don't piss off the Chinese?
Well, this is a fundamental. And look, and I'm nonpartisan. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. But this is a fundamental difference in leadership styles, particularly between realists and structuralists. Yeah, the structuralist impulse is to de-escalate and negotiate. Perversely, realists recognize that adversaries, particularly like the Chinese and the Iranians and the Russians, they're realists too, and they respect power. And if you show them weakness or accommodation, we, being like a Biden, would think, I'm showing you I'm not a threat. I'm putting out my hand to you. What they see when you do that is weakness. Conversely, when you lead from strength and you say, "Hey, I'm really angry here. they respect that. So ironically, you get more respect when you're in their face and confront them over your interests than when you try to be accommodating. And again, not to be political, but a good example of this is Trump. There's 3 defining moments in Trump's foreign policy. The first one happened when when Xi came to Mar-a-Lago very early on, and they were having dinner, and Trump said, "Excuse me," and they came back and said, "Yeah, sorry, but I just ordered a missile strike on Syria," and the Chinese Xi was completely flummoxed that here was a president that was completely unafraid of using force, and Xi knew, and Trump knew, Xi knew that was all a setup that was planned to happen right in the middle of the dinner, so Xi could be not more uncomfortable about this. And the Chinese, I think, respected Trump after that. And another story, which is absolutely true because it's been confirmed to me by a number of people, not just Americans, but by people that do the back channel stuff with the Russians. There was an attack on an American base in Syria by some Russian mercenaries, and Trump just said, "Take them out," and they completely obliterated the entire thing. And when Putin found out about it, he said, "Okay, let's just not do that again." So and then of course the most publicly known one is the one in Iran when Soleimani came to Iraq and Trump said kill him, and they killed him, and the Iranians were completely aghast. And this is a true story. The Iranians actually, through an intermediary, went to the Americans and said, "Look, we're going to fire some missiles at you guys, and we're going to shoot them into the desert. We don't want to escalate. We just don't want to be embarrassed here. We are terrified of you. So please don't respond to the missile thing. Just let it go. And we swear to God, we'll stop."
So this is hold on. This is fascinating. That those, Jim, the mic is yours, I promise. But that's not even a question, Jim. But like, this is fascinating that these conversations happen behind the scenes. Like, I read about them all the time. It's just fascinating. I wish being part of those calls will be fun. But Jim, you've got a question for James?
James, I mean, just my run in time in DC, and of course Sebastian is far deeper than what I did. I was on the Hill, not in administration, but I mean, this is kind of the game that's there, and a lot of people don't. In fact, I'm guessing that there have been balloons even during the Trump administration. Just someone caught it this time, some enthusiast or someone that saw it coming through the sky or something. And then a lot of this stuff gets negotiated in the background. What I found amazing and surprising is that Joe Biden came out, I guess it was today or late yesterday, I think it was today, and said, "Yeah, I ordered it to be shot down on Wednesday, and they told me that we needed to," meaning the military, "that we needed to wait until we got it away from populations." Like, it's just interesting because Trump, for all the negatives that people said about him, was actually very brilliant in the way that he dealt with these foreign leaders in comparison to other presidents and other administrations. What does it say that Joe Biden came out the way he did with that statement, which I think, from my perspective, was a total lie? He didn't freaking know what to do, or at least because of the concern about this visit that Blinken was going to have was prevaricating. But what's your analysis of him coming out and said, I said to shoot it down on Wednesday, and they told me not to do it?
Yeah, well, first of all, I will say I believe Mark Esper at his word, who I've known for many years, when he says this never happened under Trump. I will say, I was very close to a lot of Trump people. I don't have a clearance. I don't have classified conversations, but I never got an inkling from any person in the Trump administration like anything this was going on. And to me, this would have been catnip to Trump. It's like, I mean, I could shoot down a Chinese balloon out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and nobody's hurt, and I could call them out, and I get to look tough. I mean, oh my God, please send the balloon over. As a matter of fact, let me pretend I'm not. I just can't imagine that happening under Trump. I think you're exactly right about Biden. I think the administration, that it was absolute chaos. They knew the balloon was coming. They knew that what's his name was going on a trip. They had no idea what to do. Their crisis management was completely nonsense. And it's always Biden's MO to try to say something to look tough, even if it's a lie. So
go ahead, James. You can finish.
Oh, yeah.
Jump in.
The other thing I was going to say is the great irony here, of course, is it was shot down with an F-22, which was the aircraft that President Obama canceled because he said, well, we don't really need those. And Joe Biden was vice president when they did that.
But it's
Okay,
it's
so
easy to shoot it. I'm guessing it's easy to shoot it down, though, James. Like it's just a big ass balloon.
Well,
there's just
before you answer that,
a
James,
bunch of planes that could
there's
shoot
an
down.
interesting historical thing that I saw someone report on actually, but a lot of people may not have heard. About 25 years ago, there was a similar balloon. I don't know if it was coming from Russia or where it was coming from, that both the Canadians and us attempted to shoot down and really struggled with it. Are you familiar with that story, James?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So, we built the F-20. People always get confused, like, why do we need an F-35 and an F-22? So the F-22 was to be a very high altitude fighter that essentially could clear the skies. And what that meant was the other planes that came underneath it, the F-35, they wouldn't have to worry about dogfighting. They wouldn't have to worry about, engaging at something at 65,000 feet. And so the payloads they could carry would be a lot different, and the capabilities they could do. So one of the problems we've actually had to have since we stopped buying the F-22s is we've had to, load stuff onto the F-35 program to compensate for that. So the mission that the F-22 did, that was a textbook mission for an F-22. You're flying higher than anybody else. You can shoot anything out of the sky. And this wasn't even target practice. This was for an F-22 pilot, it's almost an insult. It's like killing a watermelon with a sledgehammer. It couldn't be easier.
Well, and it's
got a
an
big radar.
aircraft that
It's easy to see, slow moving.
Most people don't understand the sophistication of the F-22 aircraft, even over the F-35. Like, it's one of the most amazing platforms that's ever been created, and maybe the most amazing that's ever been created, from avionics to weapons capabilities and everything.
It's literally a fighter that can fly on the edge of manned, airspace. It's a fighting airplane that can fly, which is, if you went any higher, you'd be an astronaut.
James,
so James, you did say earlier, you did say earlier that the U.S. should be able to tell whether or not this is a weather balloon based on the fact, partially in fact, that the data that was being sent back to China was encrypted. I don't know if that's confirmed yet or not. I know there's been a lot of speculation around that, but the Department of Defense has been saying that we've actually been able to intercept a lot of that and block the data from going back to China. So does that seem like a likely scenario that we could intercept and block data like the Pentagon is claiming?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that. That's true. I would say the two defining things that tell you whether it's a weather balloon or not are, one, what it's flying over. And again, the fact that we've had these balloons over Guam, military bases, Hawaii, specifically the missile range and the sub-range military base, Canada, where our strategic early warning system is, missile fields in the Northwest and the big square states. And then the other thing is the emissions that are going. We are very, very good at SIGINT. A big ball in the sky that's emitting like this, it has to be easy to detect emissions, easy to capture those, and probably pretty easy to jam them too as well.
So James, I'll ask you one more question before other people jump in here.
Yeah, I think so. Nick, right after Nick, Austin and Catherine, you could jump in with questions, and Aaron, if you have questions for James specifically as well. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, actually, Austin will be perfect for this one. One of the arguments is that the Chinese didn't need to do this for an intelligence operation because of satellite technology. If you recall, Trump actually released a photo on Twitter a couple of years ago revealing the U.S. satellite imaging capabilities. Do we know that China's satellite capabilities are advanced as the United States? Or does it seem like it could be a benefit to use a weather balloon at 60,000 feet?
So I think we have a pretty good read on China's capabilities, and the people that I have talked to who are in this community say they are very sophisticated and very advanced without compromising any classified information. So they think they have capabilities just as good as ours. So there's only three kind of possible scenarios. One is there's some kind of niche collection thing here that they thought they really needed, or that they thought they'd try that they can't do with a satellite and they couldn't do with HUMINT or some other thing. And we have to remember they have a very robust HUMINT collection. A lot of ways they're gathering intel because they buy the farm next to a military installation and they sit there with binoculars and look at it, which is a lot cheaper. So it's either they were trying to do some kind of niche collection thing that I don't understand what it would be, but that's one. The other is maybe they thought they could sneak the balloon in, and in the spaces, so when we know the low Earth orbit satellites are coming over, we shut down the things we don't want them to see. So maybe they thought they could sneak a balloon in, which to me seems unrealistic because that's easier to spot, just as easy to spot as a satellite. Or maybe they don't know how good our air radar is. And the third thing is maybe they just did this because they thought they could do it and get away with it.
Yeah, so I guess we'll go to Austin next. I'll let you kind of give your feedback on that.
Yeah, Austin, just I'm writing notes, James, on kind of summarizing things you're saying into a small thread. And you mentioned that China's capabilities could be equal to the US. That caught me by surprise. Can you be specific on what capabilities you're referring to before we go to Austin?
Okay, yeah, and let me add a little bit to that, because the Federation of American Sciences actually came out and said that the resolution that the U.S. that they discovered is amazingly high. They thought that the capability was 46 centimeters for image resolution, and now we found out it's well below 20. So that's sort of the question is, do the Chinese have that sort of capability that we just found out about?
James, go ahead. If you can refer to what capabilities you're saying China could have, referring to China's satellite.
Right.
What exactly?
So, I mean, here's what I would say. And again, just to make really clear, I was in the military for 25 years. I had clearances my entire time. I have had clearances at periods since I've been retired. But everything I'm saying is, I don't have a clearance now. None of this has anything to do with any kind of classified knowledge I have at all. This is all kind of open source stuff. But one is, look, the state of commercial imagery itself is pretty sophisticated. So even if they just have plain commercial imagery, that compared, for example, to what we had in our satellites during the Cold War is infinitely better. The second is you have to kind of presume that anything that you have, the Chinese have stolen. So if you have a technology, you at least have to consider the possibility that the Chinese have stolen it or parts of it in duplicate. The third thing is the Chinese are their technology is pretty good, and so we should have no doubt that it is at least as or better than commercial quality. So I have no doubt that their low Earth orbit satellites are really, quite robust and quite capable. This again was told to me in unclassified setting, and this was a decade ago. China has the capability in space warfare to take our space offline in 24 hours, and that was 10 years ago. Now that's before SpaceCom. Now we pay a lot more attention to the resilience of our space sats and everything else. But I will tell you, if there's one area of competition between the United States and China where it's a real life competition, it's in space. I still, for example, we are still the supreme leader in the world in submarine undersea warfare, and the Chinese can't touch us. I would argue our air forces are still superior. I would say in ground warfare we could probably kick their butt. They're, I think, rising up to become at least a regional peer competitor in the sea, but operationally at sea, and we'll see how long that takes them. But I would say in space, right now, they are equal.
They have only a green water navy, right? Whereas America has a blue water navy.
I think they would have. Well, there's a couple of unknowns with the Chinese. First of all, they've never really done serious power projection. They've got bases in Dubai and these other things, so they're trying to extend their ability to do operations at a distance. But they're not in the league in the United States. The other thing is this, and I think this is really important. They've never fought a war.
That's true.
And I think that's a big deal. You have to remember, and always lingering in the background and I gotta run, guys. But always linger in the background for the Chinese is the experience of the war in Korean War. When the Chinese jumped in, originally they made a lot of progress pushing back the Americans, but then they got their ass completely kicked.
They made a cool movie about it though, where they win. Yeah,
right. I mean, they did good in the first time, because we'd overextended and they pushed us back, but then they got decimated, and discovering, a lot of what the Russians have discovered in Ukraine, that their military was not well trained, it's not well prepared, and again, their ground forces, all they do is they have fist fights with the Indians in the mountains,
yeah.
but on the border with China and India, but they're, and I don't think we can dismiss, actual having serious operational practice, what that really says about how good a military is. But I want to thank you guys for having me. I'm sorry I got to run, but this is awesome. Please have me back.
Thanks for your time, man.
Awesome. Thanks.
Well,
thanks a lot, Jim. We do have. Jim, Sebastian, thanks a lot for bringing James on, and we are trying to bring Gordon Chang on as well. Thanks a lot, Sebastian, for connecting us. I will go to Austin to add on. Aaron, I'll go to you right after Austin. Just to add on and Patrick, if you want to add on to what James was mentioning, because I'm just adding it all into a thread. Any other points you want to add on to what was said, or anything you want to disagree with?
Yeah, I would just say, so a couple of brief points here. The first I would say is, the Air Force did decide to use the F-22 platform to intercept this. That being said, the greatest sort of assets that the F-22 has is its maneuverability, its electronic suite, its stealth capabilities, stuff like that. Altitude itself, it performs at about the same as like an F-15 would in regards to its service ceiling. The only real difference there is it has the ability to conduct tactical maneuvers at higher altitudes than most other aircraft that can reach that high. On top of that, so there was a thought that was sort of posited about, did the Chinese kind of just think that they could get away with this? And if we look at sort of the previous sort of balloon incidents that are now being reported on that previously weren't, and over the Pacific and Guam, even other ones coming over to the U.S., I don't think it's or I would say it's a fair sort of assumption to, if you're an intelligence agency or you're making a decision like that, you've gotten away with doing something 5 times out of 5, why not, try the 6th? And if we look at that historically, right, a lot of times when intelligence gathering platforms or equipment are used in a covert way, obviously they're not being talked about the public, but the moment that a large-scale overt incident happens, there's sort of a large public outcry about it. And I think a really good example of this is the United States' use of U-2 spy planes during the Cold War, right? When we were running U-2 runs over the Soviet Union, over Communist China, over Cuba in the 60s, before there was the incident where Gary Powers was shot down, there wasn't much, being covered in the press about the U-2. Obviously, the Soviets didn't want to talk about it because, even if they could observe them, they had serious difficulty in trying to bring them down. But the moment one did come down, it was a massive diplomatic crisis. And I think what we're looking at right now is, like I said previously, these balloon incidents have happened before. It's been sort of kept under wraps. It's been classified. But now that it's in the public eye, we're having to play sort of catch up on it.
Can I just chime
Austin,
in?
I want to, Catherine, do you mind if I do one quick thing with Austin before you chime in, and I'll give you an hour in the mic? Just it should take me just a minute. Is that okay, Catherine? I just want to quickly, also, I'm just going to go through the points that I took down with our discussion from James. I think it'll be the audience as well, will be a good summary. And correct me, I want to get if there's anything you want to add to it or anything you want to disagree with on through these points. I've just simplified it. So the balloon was likely spotted a while ago, not shot down, likely not to upset the relationship with China. It's unlikely to be a dry run for a biological weapon. It could have been a psychological move by China just to kind of ruffle some feathers and also test the U.S. response. Oh, there it is. Yeah, maybe this was a test on U.S. Military capabilities. It is highly unlikely to be a weather balloon. The balloon was spotted as it was emitting information likely encoded. And the way it was an in-your-face type information gathering mission is a bit surprising. And last 2 points is China's satellite network capabilities are possibly at the same level as the US, and how the US are leaders on the ground, in the sea, in the air, but in space it's relatively equal. So these are the key points that I got. Yeah, these are the key points I got, Austin. Anything you want to add before? I know Catherine and Aaron have been waiting for a while.
I'd like to ask a question to everyone in the audience. What happens if China decides to send, say, half a dozen more balloons to the United States? What's the response going to be like?
Well, I mean, I think we've actually well established that, via talking to each other and going over the data, that it doesn't appear that, a single balloon is going to do a ton of sort of intel gathering that other assets wouldn't be able to do easier and more efficiently. If we're going to, purely talk about symbolism here and talk about, that line of thinking, then there's, nothing really stopping, us from sending 12 balloons over there with smiley faces and even larger cameras, right? I think what's key here is one thing I would add to those points that you mentioned, Mario, is I think, it's very clear that the DoD and NORAD were tracking this thing for a while, right? What could have developed...
What makes you say... Hold on, Austin. What makes you say it's very clear?
Oh, because they said so. They said it was over Alaska.
I mean, I don't think there's any argument that NORAD all of a sudden, we're talking about an institution that tracks multiple, airspace penetrations on a daily to weekly basis. I don't think there's anything particular about this balloon that would make it, fly under the radar, so to speak, pun intended. But I do think there could have been sort of a game day decision in regards to when the DoD knew that the average person on the ground is going to look up in the sky and see this balloon. And I think that does change the strategic calculus there, as opposed to other balloons that may have been hidden from public view, both literally and on the information space.
But also, I'm just confused why they let it fly over sensitive locations. But Catherine, I'll give you the mic. That'll be my question, but I'll give the mic to Catherine before you respond.
I think we can debate that all day long, but I think it's pretty clear that it was tied to Blinken's visit to China, and they didn't want to ruffle any feathers.
Yeah, but like but still letting it fly over such locations
bad,
again.
Right?
Yeah, it's just, no, I'm not saying it's pretty bad. Like they're not. But they're not.
This though. We've already made it clear that it was because you can go onto Google and find these sites pretty easily. So
no, but what about the argument? What about the argument? But what about the argument that the balloon was also there to intercept communications as well?
So Mario, I think the reason why is that they managed to jam. Like that's what I shared earlier, right? From Jim Shooter from CNN.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
they jammed and blocked its ability to communicate back intelligence, and so it literally was just a balloon flying in U.S. airspace. But they managed to stop the intelligence collection's ability. So it's just a balloon flying. Why are we going to shoot it down with the risk? I think that's the justification, right? That they did that. Hence, it reduced even the least the amount of intelligence capability that it had, and then they shot it down when there was no risk, zero absolute risk of civilian casualties.
That one for me makes more sense. That one clicks.
I just want to throw in here. There's no sense at all to the argument that it was going to harm civilians. Let's back up a little bit, and I just want to refocus a little bit on what Gorka brought up earlier, the fact that Gates, not Bill Gates, the former Gates, Robert Gates, did mention at one time the incapability and of Joe Biden to really make sense of anything. Joe Biden is a prevaricator. He's slow to move. He doesn't understand things. This isn't just now that he seems like he's got cognitive incapabilities or whatever, and people talk about. He's always been this way. He's indecisive. I am convinced that when they knew this was there, he had no freaking clue what to even do about this, because he knew he wanted the Blinken thing to happen. And so he was just twiddling his fingers, or maybe not even engaging on it out of fear, to be candid. And this is the kind of thing that the Chinese are very good about, is they just take the long game of looking at how people react, engaging it. And that may have been the intention all along, but whether it was the intention with this balloon, that's what they got. And they just got a deep bit of information. They know that Joe Biden really has problems.
Hey, Jim, I have a question for you.
Do you mind? Yeah, Aaron. I'll just quickly, Aaron, go, and I'm bringing Catherine back up. I'll let Aaron go, then yourself, Ed, if that's okay. You're right after. Aaron,
actually,
go ahead.
I'll defer to Ed to ask his question of Jim, and then I'll go
No,
after.
I mean, I think this is a question like for the whole panel. Like, what would the appropriate response to this be? Like, in your minds, what do you think the appropriate response on the U.S. end would be to this?
Say that one more time.
Jim, did you want to respond to that
say
one?
that one more time. I just make sure I understood it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you and others, what do you think the appropriate response from the White House or from the U.S. government should be here?
Well, so I think you don't have to say a word and you shoot the damn thing out of the sky. Like, let's keep it very just down to brass tacks here. A foreign country is flying although they claimed it was otherwise before, but is flying a non-commercial, whether it's a balloon or an aircraft, into your space where there's no absolute understanding that it has anything but a military purpose. It's a balloon. You shoot it out of the sky. I mean, you have to be aggressive on that level. Now, Chinese aircraft fly in here because you have commercial aircraft, that are bringing passengers from the mainland. Okay, so yeah, obviously you're not doing that. But when it's this sort of thing, you need to treat it belligerently, however innocuous its use is, because you have to make a case for that is just not acceptable in the international scene. Now, of course, we do some similar things, and I get all that, but the point is that that's how you deal with these this is an international relations issue, and you have to use basic constructs to deal with that. When you have weakness in that sphere, then you breed problems, and that's why I think it should have been quick and absolute.
Yeah, this strikes me as the Chinese Communist Party communicating with the leadership class in the United States and also gauging what our response might be. But whatever three-dimensional chess China was operating with when they floated this balloon, I wonder if we could Google Earth up, because I have a question for anyone on the panel, sort of following up on Sebastian's point that China really is thinking long-term strategically. And if you look at the history of China, they've tended to be insular. They've tended to be suspicious of the West. They've always adopted Western technology and, reverse engineered it. They've been happy to do that. But Western ideas, values, systems of liberal democracy and so forth, you don't see that in the history of the Chinese empire. But the flip side of that is that they have not shown a lot of interest in territorial expansion. So my question has to do with their long-term goals, because it seems absolutely clear to me that Sebastian's right, that China is interested in being not a world power, the world power, certainly economically. But does that also involve an intention toward territorial expansion, which seems to sort of run contrary to their historical trends? But on the other hand, you have the Chinese Communist Party adopting Marxism, which is a universalist ideology, to its very core. They've tailored it in their own ways. They've shown that capitalism is not necessarily does not necessarily coincide with liberal democracy. Some people have called it capitalism with Chinese characteristics. Some have called it communist capitalism, but they have their own thing going there.
So I'd really like to speak to
the way that
to a couple of points there, Aaron. For one, I think personally that Blinken shouldn't have cancelled his trip. This was a mistake because you could have won this round for two reasons. One, go to China. Put them on the back foot, which they already were yesterday. The statement that they come out. It's very rare for the Communist Party, particularly the Standing Committee, which is the highest echelon of the entire thing, to release statements where they admit, to screw-ups like this. So Blinken goes. He puts them on the back foot, and he makes it even more clear, that the American government is not going to be intimidated or coerced or whatever it is, co-opted into, through rather weird means of surveillance, right?
Yeah, assert your dominance, assert your sovereignty.
Yeah, exactly. Or
shoot the damn balloon down, and then go there and
Yeah,
be
Ian,
like,
if I
hey,
can
what the
finish my
hell did you
point,
guys
please, mate.
do?
So, you know,
Yeah, I totally
yeah,
agree with you. I
okay.
mean, like, I'm not disagreeing with you here at
No,
all.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to, like,
Yeah, no,
okay.
Yes,
carry on. Yeah.
I'll let you make the point because I do want to go to Patrick right after. He's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Pure.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to get to is that, one, you either force the Chinese to accept Blinken, and that makes them look rather foolish, or it forces the Chinese to cancel the visit, and it makes them look foolish. Either way, the Chinese are made to look rather stupid on the international stage. And then, Aaron, to your more specific point, I wouldn't necessarily agree that the Chinese don't have territorial expansionist ideals. The skirmishes between India and China have been over Tibet. They've got some interests in Kashmir. They've also always been interested in some islands further east near Japan. And then you've obviously got Taiwan. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the Chinese have a sort of unique approach to international foreign policy like that. And I would also just point out that this whole idea of economic capitalism systems with a sort of state political entity is something that has been, worrying people for a long time, but they're not really any more communist. They're an authoritarian regime that run through a very, centralized vertical structure. So it's not really a communist party anymore. It's just everything it says on the tin, but it's much more of a, centralized right-wing, almost fascist in some ways.
I would call it fascist,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
and they definitely have interests in taking over territory that does not belong to them. Look at the dotted line, right? The line that they have drawn around the South China
The
Sea,
9-dash
and they're
line.
claiming that the 9-dash line. Thank you. Yeah, the one that they have. They're claiming territory that belongs to Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and of course Taiwan. They certainly have interest in that location because of all the oil there. So the idea that they're just not expansionists is completely false.
And
I want to go quickly before going to TJ and Patrick. I want to go to you guys, but before that, Rose Alert, is there any updates? The team is telling me there's nothing new since they shot it down. They're just trying to gather some pieces, whatever is on the ground, some of the debris. Anything else on your end before we go to TJ and Patrick?
Yeah, so officials just announced that there's a 7-mile debris field in the Sea of Water or in the ocean, so that's pretty much going on right now. So, but yeah, it's pretty much slow.
Well, Ross, I do want to ask you again, because obviously there was something last night, right? There was a big storm of media on Twitter, especially, that was coming about about the balloon in Montana, and people thinking that there was a. So go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we got very confused too. Multiple people were messaging us on our Twitter feed and our DMs, saying that there was a giant explosion. So we quickly reported. Fox News was reporting. I was watching the live feed on there. And then things didn't make any sense because people kept saying, oh, a second balloon exploded. And we knew that there was only one balloon that was going over the St. Louis area and to the Tennessee. So we were trying to figure out if it was a plane that went down, if there was a supersonic jet that flew really fast.
Or could it be, was it maybe just a fake video, or that's not a fake video?
Yeah, so, another one of our intel friends messaged us and saying, hey, check out the page, and we found that it was a marketing stunt because their whole page was just full of advertisements about their product.
So it was fake.
So it was just didn't make any sense. So,
Well, did you see anything about the? I don't know who that is. Oh,
continue speaking, Nick. It's okay, bro. Don't stop.
Well, I didn't know who that was, but Ross, there was a statement that had come out from both the local sheriff's office there in that particular county in Montana, and then a news network that actually interviewed the lady that posted that. Did you see anything about that?
I did not. I did hear about the statement that the sheriff and everyone else saying that there was no explosion or no aircraft that went down or balloon that was exploded. So that's what we heard at latest. So, but nothing else.
Yeah. So TJ, I want to let you jump in briefly to respond to the points that Piotr and I believe Aaron were making earlier, and then I got to jump to Patrick right afterward.
Yeah, I mean, just talking.
But sorry to interrupt, but we did hear that there was a small power outage near the town in Billings. So, but that could be something completely different. So it's currently unknown what really happened.
So yeah,
By the way, Rose Alerts, if there's any breaking news, Rose Alerts, just interrupt whoever's speaking and tell us what it is. Don't hesitate. Don't feel bad. TJ, go
Okay.
ahead, man.
yeah. I mean,
Oh, is
I
that
just
all right
wanted to
then?
mention
Because there was an update.
in terms of.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Just hold on. If everyone can mute just 2 seconds. Intel, do you have any breaking news? I know you tried to jump in a couple of times. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So I did post in the nest. So in terms of the balloon that was shot down earlier today, there is a little bit of a follow-up posted by U.S. Fleet Forces, which is the section of the Navy that's kind of in charge of U.S. naval deployments. They just came out about 20 minutes ago saying that the USS Oscar Austin, the USS Philippine Sea, and the USS Carter Hall have been deployed to go scavenge through the debris field and recover
Did we
as
lose
much as
Mario?
possible.
No. So Intel was speaking, Rose. I don't think you can hear him. All right, cool. Thanks a lot for the update, Intel. TJ, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about China's expansionist policies. If that's their goal, they're doing a terrible job at it. I mean, just considering the fact that their debt was 100% of GDP in the 1990s, and it's now more than 255%. That's a 2017 number. That's the fastest debt growth of any recording country ever. It's much faster than the United States. Further, their people are having significant health problems as well. Looking at the International Diabetes Federation, you look at the United States, we have about 12.5% of the population is the estimated number of people with diabetes, whether diagnosed or undiagnosed. Compare that to China, that's 51.7%. And they don't have the resources to provide insulin for these people either. They have a deeply outdated military structure. They don't have the capability to build the body armor by us. Their economic workforce is stunted compared to ours, where 30% of their population is working in farming, and out of those farmers, 40% of them still use animal power or human muscle to plow their fields. You can also look at the fact that they are aging more rapidly than any society in recorded human history. Further, their fertility rate is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.3. And I mean, this is all just assuming we believe their numbers. I don't believe their numbers because they're a communist nation and their economies naturally decline. I think that their health problems, where you look at 90% of China's groundwater is polluted. Breathing in Beijing is the equivalent to smoking 40 cigarettes per day. They also have border conflicts with Vietnam, with India, and
I'll teach you. I think you're getting deep into the. I want to add this as a note because that was part of the next segment we're going to continue. So I want you to hold that point because I want to finish off the discussion about the balloon itself. But you seem to know a lot about China, so I'm going to put a note on the agenda to go through all these different numbers and the point you're making right after we finish the discussion about the balloons, the 3 balloons. Is that okay, TJ?
Sure, absolutely.
I appreciate it, man. Patrick, I want to go to you very briefly, just to continue the discussion about the 3 balloons and the points that were made earlier by James. Anything you'd like to add? Because I know I was asking you that same question about 30 minutes ago. Anything you'd like to add? Anything we missed? And I would like to get a bit more context on the other 2 balloons. Like, how does it from no balloons a week ago to now 3 balloons? And is there any reason to be concerned I know I asked you this question already, but when you add the other 2 balloons to the discussion, does that increase the likelihood of being concerned? And what can you tell us about those other 2 balloons?
Well, just briefly,
By the way, Patrick, just quick question. I never thought we'd be having a discussion about balloons here in Twitter Spaces, but here we are talking about balloons. Go ahead.
Well, just briefly, Ian really ran down a good list of the Chinese border conflicts. I'd add this to it. They are also very, very aggressive about securing mineral resources around the globe. And they do this in a variety of ways. They're also very aggressive. They've started to be very aggressive about securing areas from which they may base military forces out of in future. They have a tracking station in Argentina. They're looking at putting a port. They're looking at trying to put a port in Argentina. They have a base in Africa, and this is an expansionist power. There's no doubt about it. As far as the balloons, shoot them down. I get James' point about collecting SIGINT. That's great. You can do all of that you want right up until they reach the 12 nautical mile limit, and then you splash them. The U.S. has got to enforce its own sovereignty. It has to, because I think it was James who was laying this out. They respect strength. The second you try to be accommodating, they do see it as a weakness. They do see it as an opportunity and an opening. As far as the other two balloons, I'm going to be a good analyst and say I don't know. Is it possible they released all these things at the same time? Yeah. Is it possible they have a specific operation in mind for them? Yes. What is it? I don't think we know yet.
I
don't.
So Patrick, I just got this. Someone just sent me this Forbes article. I was going to read out the heading. Yes, so they said this the following. There were in 2019 there were 2 balloons over the USA. Do you know about that incident? And the headline of Forbes. Yes, Chinese spy balloons flew over the US when President Trump was in office. Obviously, they're politicizing it, but without politicizing the discussion, because I don't care about the politics right now. Do you know much about the 2 balloons back in 2019? How that compares to this story? Does anyone know? Can anyone give us a comparison between the 2 incidents?
Well, we have a former member of the Trump administration. I'm going to
Sebastian Fillon. Yeah, Sebastian. Perfect. Sebastian, do you know what the reports they're referring to?
Okay. He might be away.
I think he might be away.
That these kinds of things happen often. The Russians have done flybys in British space. They do this in Alaska.
Balloon flybys.
Balloons, reconnaissance aircraft. Anything of a.
Wasn't a U.S. reconnaissance aircraft was shot down by Russia a few years ago, or by China? It was by China.
No, it was Iran.
It was Iran, and then you also had a fighter jet shot down in Syria. But those aren't reconnaissance aircraft. They're for different purposes, and again, it's very different.
Mario, so. You may be thinking of the P3 that collided with the J8.
Yes, the collision, and they held the pilots were held in China for a while, and they were interrogated. Right. Correct? Yeah, cool.
That's right.
I knew I wasn't going crazy.
Technology. Yeah.
Okay. So what you're saying is that these incidents are relatively common, but I was just a bit surprised, especially when people are politicizing it. And again, that's not my intention of mentioning this. And whenever we politicize it, I try to move away. But just that there is balloons in 2019, because that kind of moves away from the discussion that this was a psychological move by China. And having balloons is very unusual. If that happened in 2019, I'm going to read the article quickly. Nick, I'll give you the mic. Let me read the article, and then probably give a bit of context on how this compares to what happened in 2019. So Nick, maybe I'll give you the mic for a bit.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see here. All Source, who just came back up. What do you think about what you've heard here over the past, say, 15 minutes or so?
No, I mean, again, I think there could be a legitimate criticism of this administration for not shooting it down immediately in the moment it entered U.S. airspace. I'm not going to deny that that's not a legitimate criticism.
Unless what James mentioned, that they could have if they intercepted its ability, or the device was not able to send any information to China, and they managed to block those abilities. Then it's not a big deal if they let the balloon fly. And maybe they let it fly for a while before announcing that they know about it. China, thinking that the US knows about it, they've blocked the data, the ability for the device to send data to China. So I'm just saying it could be a lot more complex.
I'm just saying. No,
the relationship,
absolutely, 100%. Like it's a very complex issue. I just and I think what the administration did. Let me put it this way: I can understand people criticizing the U.S. administration for saying you did not shoot it down immediately when it violated U.S. national sovereignty, right? Sovereign airspace. But I can also understand the Biden administration's perspective and point on what we see in an open press is like, hey, we just didn't want this to go spread across the continental U.S., causing either property damage anywhere or killing or, the civilian casualty. Like I think, again, this isn't just black and white. I think, anybody, especially in office that takes an action and takes a decision, right? Let's say the president of the United States has at the end of the day is the highest authority to make decisions for the U.S., right? And so ultimately the buck stops with him. He has the highest level of responsibility. And as such, he's, you can criticize the decision, and those are legit criticism, right? I think you can criticize for the administration for saying, hey, you didn't shoot this immediately when it violated U.S. airspace. And you can for saying, well, you know what? You blocked it. You were concerned about civilian casualties, and then you shot it down in South Carolina, and now you're trying to get it, right? I don't think this is, I think the criticisms and praise are both valid. You can view it both sides, and the arguments aren't wrong, right? I think this is just a more complex issue that, in both the criticism, the praise, there's probably right, and there could have been something in the middle. And again, I think maybe the uniqueness of this is just I think Austin has alluded to this a lot, is just the publicity of it, right? I think the public knowledge and the shock that kind of caught a lot of people by surprise. And it's because a lot of us who served or deployed overseas, I mean, stuff happens all the time around the world, and 99.9% of it we never know about it, right? I mean, that's just a fact of the life, and that's how governments operate. But I think my comment just ends up saying I think both praising or criticizing the administration actions here is valid. It's not crazy. And it's just, you just have to view it at what is in the end of it.
But it's hard. It's just hard. It's hard because we don't know much. I'm going to read this out to you. The article is not that long, so I'm going to read a piece that matters. So about the balloons in 2019. Talking heads on cable TV are up in arms about the Chinese spy balloon, blah, blah, blah. The Chinese government claims, was first spotted, but I can get okay, I can nearly guarantee you that the balloon would not still be flying if we were still there. Okay, they're trying to pull it. That's Mike Pompeo saying this. Okay. All right, instances. Okay, there we go.
It's not wrong,
so
though.
instances of this kind of balloon. Sorry?
I said he's not wrong. If it was Trump, Trump would have shot the damn thing down.
I don't know. Again, we don't know what we don't know. But this is in 2019. Instances of this kind of balloon activity has been observed previously over the past several years.
Flew over American soil.
Press Secretary Pat Ryder. No, hold on. But several reports have been published in the past 2 days that give us a better sense of when spy balloons operated by new Cold War adversaries have sailed into U.S. airspace. So Bloomberg on Friday said that Chinese balloons flew over the U.S. while President Trump occupied the White House. Quote, the balloon spotted this week over Montana was not the first time the U.S. has detected Chinese balloons over their territory, with previous incursions occurring during the Trump administration. That's by Bloomberg. But an unnamed source from the Trump administration insisted to Bloomberg that in that same article that it wasn't a big deal. Quote, one top national security official from the administration of former President Donald Trump said none of the Chinese spy balloons were near sensitive sites or had payloads as large as this one appears to carry. So just saying that this one is larger than previous ones. This is an important point.
Fucking massive.
Yeah, so Sebastian's back with us.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, exactly. We were asking you that question earlier, Sebastian. I think you were not on your phone. But would love. Can you tell us more about those incidents?
Yeah, I wasn't in the White House and I wasn't briefed on those incidents. That's after I left. But let's, again, whoever was talking earlier about, it's not black and white and it's something in the middle. No, absolutely not. You've got to put it in the context of the last 4 years. The 4 years of the Trump administration, what was happening geopolitically, and the last 2 years of the Biden administration. That is the context. Don't focus on one balloon, one incident in a 4-day period. You have to put it in the last 2 years. So when we were in the White House, we said America is back. We're going to lead from the front, no apology tour. We said our allies have to pull their weight. NATO has to get serious. And if you threaten us, and President Trump was very explicit, he said, basically, we're going to turn you into a sheet of glass. If little Kim threatens us, we're going to take decisive action. We're going to kill Soleimani. We're going to turn him into red mist. When there's 300 Wagner Group operatives working for Putin in Syria, we're going to kill all of them in one mission. Never happened before in American history that more than 200 Russian mercenaries were killed with our weapons in another country, and Putin doesn't even react. What do we have in the last 2 years? We have the antithesis. We have a return to waffle, piffle, the global commons, NATO's great, don't insult Russia. And then
Sebastian, I'm going to tell you, Sebastian, just 4 minutes ago, China's foreign ministry said expresses strong dissatisfaction at opposition towards the U.S. use of force to attack the airship. They
have to say that. They have to say that because, for them,
I'll give you the mic, Piotr. I'll give you the mic in a bit, Piotr. Right after Seb. Go ahead, Seb.
Their ever-changing narrative was, first it was a weather balloon, now it's something else. So the point is, what have we seen in 2 years? We've seen a disastrous loss of Afghanistan, the only strategic airfield that we had in the region. There's no over-the-horizon capabilities. You can fly from a UAV, field in Arizona that's going to let you hover over Central Asia. We have 13 Marines and one corpsman and one Green Beret killed, by Afghan ISIS affiliates as we're leaving that strategic asset. And then we have what? We have the second invasion of Ukraine. The context isn't, there might have been balloons under the Trump administration. No, there is a weak administration that goes back and forth, flip-flops on, the MiGs for the F-16s for Poland, and the MiG deal says we're going to give you Abrams tanks, but you're going to have to go through the regular procedure. It's going to take you more than 9 months to do so. So here, again, we don't know the capability of this balloon. It is a massive balloon. It's not steerable. It's not chemical weapons. It's not biological weapons. It's not COVID, but it's the reaction. This is, I think somebody DM'd me. This is the ferret. This is the lure. They want to see the reaction. It's like the old Russian saying, you push the bayonet into the belly of your enemy until you feel resistance. They are seeing whether there is any resistance, and it took days and days for there to be any resistance. This is in the broader context of a relatively new administration and China testing the waters after Afghanistan and after the war in Ukraine. That's how this, wherever you stand politically, I don't care. I'm not interested in where you stand politically, but you have to put this in the correct geopolitical and geostrategic context of the last 2 years and then the prior 4 years.
So TJ, I want to bring you in on this real quick to let you respond to Sebastian.
Hey, Nick,
I know
real
you're
quick,
going to want to do the same
real
thing,
quick, can I
Fielder.
share something real quick? Just kind of breaking news.
Go for
we
it.
put up in the up above there, and this is not verified, but someone apparently
not hearing
has
anything.
HD footage of the balloon
It's
being blown
so
up.
Seb,
Yeah.
just Seb, hold on, Nick, Jim. Seb, Jim is speaking. It's okay, you can't hear him. He's just sharing some breaking news that he's pinned above. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I just pinned above the a video which is reputed to be the balloon being blown up whenever they took it down. It's not verified, obviously, but it looks accurate.
Oh, perfect. Thanks for sharing. Go ahead, Nick. You were giving the mic to TJ?
Sure. I handed it to TJ and then Piotr. So go ahead, TJ.
Yeah. So my concern about the notion that we have to be immediately tough with every single international scuffle is that it elevates these threats. I mean, the main thesis of what I was pointing out regarding the facts behind how China has horrific health, horrific demographics, horrific military preparedness, and a horrific economy is that if we give them that attention, it makes it look like they are a dire threat. And simply put, I don't think that they are. Now, this balloon is another thing. That's our airspace. We should have shot it down upon immediately seeing it, because that is our airspace. If anyone does that, if there's any invasion on the United States, absolutely shoot it down. Now, the problem, though, is that searching for monsters abroad, as John Quincy Adams described it, it makes those monsters seem like a bigger threat. I mean, the fact is that, yes, China is probably the second largest economy if we believe their numbers. It's probably the second best military if we believe their numbers on that. But once again, I don't believe their numbers, because here's the thing. If we make the claim that China's a strong economy or a strong military, we're kind of conceding that communism works in a way. I'm not ready to make that concession. Most communist nations go down on their own. And as I was pointing out, with the fact that more than twice of China's GDP is their debt now, that is a stunning demonstration that their economy is in shambles. I mean, what that really says is that restraint is prudent. If anything, and this is largely inspired by the central thesis of Michael Beckley, who was a scholar for the Kennedy School, in his book Unrivaled, Why America Will Remain the World's Sole Superpower, is that the main danger is really doing too much rather than too little when it comes to China. Because you do too much, you put yourself into a position where they now all of a sudden are obligated to escalate even further. This is one of those things, like, we should have shot this down, but I don't think this is a huge situation.
So TJ, can I?
I got to respond
go
here
ahead,
because this is not a representation of what we did in the Trump administration. We weren't neocons. I mean, the reason President Trump was elected is because he said no more stupid wars. This is the sad reality of conservative national security thinking, that for since the departure of Reagan, you had a binary option. It was either neo-Buchananite, Tucker Carlson isolationism, and the rest of the world can go hang itself, or we don't care, or you have to invade everywhere that you think is a threat and turn them into quote unquote democracies at the end of a gun barrel, which is the Bush neocons. And what we did when we came in is we said, strength, a peace through strength, neo-Reaganite philosophy with no dumb wars and ending the dumb wars and getting out of the dumb wars. However, when we saw a threat to either our interests or to international norms, such as the use of chemical weapons against civilians for a second time in Syria, we're going to drop 52 cruise missiles on your air force. If we see 300 Russians running around Syria, we're going to whack them because we don't want you destabilizing the Middle East even more than it already has been destabilized. So this is a false dichotomy what you've painted. We weren't searching for monsters abroad. It was actually the opposite. It was stopping the stupid wars, but when necessary, showing force, but very, very judiciously. So you can't paint the America First Trump administration as neoconservative. I want that on the record.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, I
not
have to agree
accusing
with
them
that
of being that
wholeheartedly,
either.
TJ. And by the way, TJ, I know you're a big fan.
Right, but then who are you saying? Who are you saying is looking for monsters abroad? Because I wasn't calling for that, neither was my former boss.
I would say that the deep state, like the CIA particularly since Carter. And here's the thing, like the best thing Donald Trump did was not start any wars, and thank God for that. And I'm glad that you were calling for a more restrained foreign policy than I've seen my entire life, Dr. Gorka, like in full disclosure. But what I'm saying is that really, when it comes down to it, there is an element of searching for monsters abroad, and that's just everywhere. And I don't think that's necessarily the president's decision. I think that the CIA played a huge role in that. These lifetime appointees are really the biggest threat in that. So I'm not really trying to pin it on the Trump administration.
You don't have to lecture me on what the deep state wants. So yeah, we can agree on that.
So I just want to jump in on this point, just to contextualize a couple of things about China. Sebastian brought them up earlier, but I just want to reiterate them, and also something that James mentioned and a question I had for him but couldn't get to it. China's policy when it comes to foreign relations has changed under Xi. Up until that point, they had been a little bit more, shall we say, passive, more observing, getting ready to be more assertive in their foreign policy. And we've seen this happen in the past 10, 12 years under what the West has coined as wolf warrior diplomacy. So basically, President Xi is very intent on rekindling national rejuvenation to restore the national century of humiliation that the Chinese have felt up until sort of the late 40s. And Taiwan is arguably the pinnacle of that achievement. And President Xi is obviously going to pass at some point, and he wants to be the man who rekindles all of this. But there's a couple of points to what TJ has also raised, which are quite interesting, in that China does have a systemic problem. Its demographics are not good. The one-child policy that has dominated the Chinese domestic situation for the past 40, 45 years has made the country completely lopsided. And as I've said this before, the working dependency ratio of the elderly population and the younger population is increasing on that of the working population. So you've got a top-heavy, what's known as a population triangle or pyramid, where you've got, an older group of people. It's what you're seeing in Japan, Italy, other parts of Eastern Europe are really struggling with this. But the problem is China's got a really gender-wise, really lopsided. And this puts huge havoc on healthcare, on social security, on just economic output. Not to mention the housing estate crisis. About 40% of the houses that people have bought don't actually exist. So the housing bubble that happened in America in 2008, multiply that by sort of tenfold in China because of what could potentially happen, where one of the main companies is known as Evergrande, and it's basically just a huge ticking time bomb. So President Xi's got this balance of trying to stimulate domestic and continued support for the CCP whilst also retaining control over the economy, over the CCP itself and the Chinese people. And we can see how the Chinese people felt in September and November when they were protesting against the zero COVID policies. And for once, President Xi realized that he has to take a step back on those policies. And what has it done? It's given the Chinese people an illustration that protests can work. They can capitulate the party into, well, capitulation. So there's a lot of things on China's radar at the moment which don't play well into its foreign policy interests or objectives, namely counterbalancing against the United States, dealing with its immediate neighbours like India, Japan. It feels contained. There's a lot of things on its plate. And the last thing on the balloon point, just to bring it back to what we were originally talking about, is James mentioned realism. Right, realism is one of the cornerstones of international relations theory, but there are different subsets of realism, and one of them is offensive versus defensive. So why has the United States responded in the way that it has versus what it could have else done, right? Defense is sort of saying that a nation state, a country has to defend itself for its own legitimacy, whilst offensive is talking about, pushing for more national security needs. So James's points about how the psyche was playing into Biden and the administration's calculus is really important, because we could have seen a number of different methods, and we didn't. And this ability for the Chinese to have sort of basically put the Americans on the back foot, arguably, or make them respond in a very delayed way, will have either emboldened the Chinese or made them think, well, if they're not going to respond with the balloon, what else can we get away with? So we're in a bit of a difficult time at the moment, and tensions are extremely, extremely high, even before the balloon developments. I'll land that.
I have to second everything Nick just said about the internal challenge. Absolutely spot on.
That was me. That was Piotr. So I'm just gonna own that. Compliment from you, Sebastian, is appreciated.
Yeah.
No, I'll take credit for it.
Sorry, everything you just said, Piotr, was correct in terms of the internal dynamics. So this is the dichotomy, or this is the catch-22, that they've set a goal for themselves to be the world hegemon by the 100th anniversary in 2049, but they are incredibly fragile internally, just like Russia is, and the lack of natural resources, the lack of females in certain demographics. This is, in many cases, a tightrope balance that may be impossible for Xi or anybody else to walk. So, this is the internal fragility of the Chinese state cannot be overemphasized, and you have to put that into the scenario, and that also plays into calculations by the PLA as well. So, yeah, spot on.
I do want to, so Nick, before giving you the mic, just want to say one thing to the audience. We haven't asked you.
Mario,
yeah, go ahead, Sebastian.
You got to get him if you can. Our former defense attaché in Beijing, General Rob Spalding. He's also a B-1 stealth bomber pilot.
Oh, Sebastian, I interviewed him on Thursday. I've texted him.
Yeah.
He's not responding.
We need to get him on. He could tell us chapter and verse. So you got his number.
Yeah.
Perfect. Really appreciate it.
I'll give him a text now.
Perfect. Yeah, so we've texted him as well, Sebastian. It'll be good to get him for the next space that we do on this. I do want to go to the audience very briefly. If you don't know already, bottom right corner, that purple circle. Do share your thoughts with us, questions that you have, because we'll probably do another panel on this very soon about US-China relations. We were planning it for a while. Piotr has been helping us plan it. But we did it obviously today as a quick one, just relating to the developments. But if you go to the comment section, I want to get your thoughts on what you've heard so far, and whether this story even concerns you, or is just a quote-unquote nothing burger. But Jim, any final thoughts, man, before we start wrapping up the space?
Yeah, no, I don't have anything too big, but just to emphasize a point, and Sebastian started to make it earlier, China looks out in not just in weeks or months or even 2-year cycles. They look out in 10, 25, 50, and 100-year cycles. Like they have extreme.
Weird, I can't hear.
We have extreme patience. They have extreme patience. And doing something like this is a small part of a long plan, typically, to figure things out. And I think that's a significant aspect of what we were seeing here. So anyway, I was going to kind of bring that point up.
I appreciate it. Piotr, any final words before we wrap up the space? I want to give you a big shout out, by the way. Sebastian, Piotr, you were with us since the beginning of the space. So thank you for both of you for helping us do this last minute. Piotr, you have your hand up. I'll give you the final words. We'll go to Patrick.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Mario. This is this is my entire master's thesis is great power play. I think
You know nothing about this stuff. You just pretend, Piotr. Just be
I'm
honest. You just
obsessed with it. I
pretend. You
have
just
no
watch
life.
you watch some movies and then you come up with stories.
Oh dear.
Cheeky little shit. I've texted Robert. What
Did he drop out?
China is the CCP is the single
Yeah, we
biggest
lost
threat.
him.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
back.
there
You're
he is.
back. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Piotr. You just dropped out for a bit. You texted Robert and then you stopped.
I've texted General Spalding. I'll see if I can get him on. Our space took several months to get together, but on the China actual point, I'll just say very quickly. Look, the CCP is the single biggest threat that is, apart from other non-human ones. It's major, and we've got to treat China with respect, whether or not we like what they're doing to, say, the Uyghurs or to Taiwan's treatment. They are a formidable entity, and whilst they have domestic challenges, so do the West. The biggest asset that the United States has is its alliance network. Our friends are not even countries
Piotr, sorry, I love you, but I want to get your thoughts on this. 4 hours ago, Jack, I don't know who that is. Sorry to interrupt you, Matt, but I think it's important. Someone just sent it to me. It's got 1.2 million views, so he did a tweet. This is a senior editor at humanevents.com, veteran Navy intel officer. We should probably invite him, Jack Posobiec. I think we did invite him. Yeah, obviously we did.
Yeah.
But Jack said the following. That was 11:50. That was a few hours ago. Hearing a lot of people say their cell phones are acting weird in areas that spy balloon flew over. Has anyone seen similar reports to this? Does this change the discussion in any way? Anyone can chip in. I'm asking Piotr, of course, because I interrupted him.
Jack.
I got friends
He's a
in Myrtle
former
Beach.
naval intel guy, but caution with Jack.
I
Okay,
got
thanks,
friends in
Sebastian.
Myrtle Beach in South Carolina, and they're reporting everything is fine. So I don't know if it's just rumor or if it's happening.
Yeah,
So,
Nick, I'll send you Nick, I'll send you through the tweet. See, Intel Schizo's wanting to speak. And Piotr, don't worry, I'll give you the mic again. I know I interrupted you, but I'll give Intel Schizo if you can comment on this. And Nick, I'll send you through the tweet if you could look into it because you're pretty good at digging out information quickly. If that's okay, Nick. Intel Schizo, do you have any further details on this? And anyone else that has their hand up, if you could just comment on this particular point, and then we'll wrap up afterwards. Patrick, Austin, if you can comment on this particular point, please give me a thumbs up so I know, while Intel Schizo gives us his thoughts. Intel, go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I haven't seen too much on it. My commentary about the posting, though, I would say there is, let's say it's just happening in Montana and not happening in, say, the Carolinas. There's something that is interesting between those two areas that the Midwest, a lot of the infrastructure, say the cell towers, the internet providers use Huawei equipment that has not been removed versus other parts of the country do not have that infrastructure in place. So is it necessarily the balloon that caused alleged issues in the Midwest? Who knows? The balloon was able to fly, unharassed for some time over Montana before being followed by a RC-135U for the entirety of the rest of its drift across the United States. But
I want to go to.
if there are further reports,
So
I would say maybe the infrastructure.
Thanks,
quick
Intel.
addendum
Go ahead,
to-
Ian.
quick
Yeah,
addendum
Ian,
to-
right after. Just quickly,
Yeah.
right before you go, Ian, just one quick addition I want to add, and then we'll go to Allsource and Austin right after Ian. But one thing that I've had is Sebastian said caution with Jack. I had someone else message me the same. Someone I respect message me the same thing. I don't know why. I don't know Jack. But yeah, go ahead, Ian.
A quick addendum to the point about the balloon in areas where there may be experiencing difficulty with their cell phone coverage or whatever. It is entirely possible that could be caused, assuming it's happening. I'm not saying it is, right? But assuming it is, it could be caused by by efforts to shut down the balloon's transmission, right?
That's a good point.
Right. That was one of the things that we were just about to bring up here. I've looked through outage information from both Verizon and AT&T, which are the two largest cell phone providers in the United States. Through going through the path of this balloon, there does not seem to be any large amount of reports from AT&T or Verizon that would indicate that there was any widespread outage issue. Verizon has actually responded to this via their Verizon Support Twitter account and has said that they are not experiencing any sort of outages in this. So if you can take that as you will, that's from the two major carriers, and that's from research that we've done over the past 2.5 minutes.
And by the way,
thanks, man.
breaking alert, Roz Alerts put out a map of the debris field where they think around Myrtle Beach that happened.
He told us. Yeah, he pinned it an hour
sorry,
ago.
I
not an hour ago. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, all good. All good. So I'll go to Allsource and Austin. You both gave me a thumbs up. You can add on to this this point about what Jack was saying in his tweet.
Yeah, I don't believe
cell phone network connection. Cell phones acting weird. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't believe so, because I mean, this is the main thing, right? So a lot of times when you look at platforms that carry intelligence capabilities, a lot of them also have dual use for jamming, right? But those are two completely separate mission sets, right? You have what's called electronic warfare jamming, right? That's one specific mission set that they would utilize in an offensive manner. And by the way, I think that would have been significantly more provocative if China were actually trying to jam and do EW over U.S. territory than just collection. Like EW is that is a declaration of war, because you are actively targeting U.S. infrastructure, right? If you look at the balloon and everything
so what's EW? Can you tell us what EW?
Electronic warfare. Yeah. So
electronic warfare.
So when you have platforms, right, you have collection, intel collection, right? So that's your imagery, which is called IMINT, is the acronym, imagery intelligence. Basically, for people to understand, you're taking pictures. SIGINT, signal intelligence, which is absorbing and trying to decipher and collect communications from people. And then the other one that there's multiple types of intelligence, but the other one is ELINT, which is electronic intelligence. And what that is more everything. Imagine any data that you can collect that's electronic that is not communication. So a good example, like a radar, right? So if you have a radar emitting to try to see, okay, what's in our airspace, you send a platform to collect that. This platform, you can have kind of dual use in the same system, but everything points that this was 100% utilized and done to do collection. And generally, when you do EW, electronic warfare, there's frequencies and jamming, and so you can specifically target specific frequency that a lot of times civilians don't, utilize when you use your cell phone. That's a specific frequency compared to something else. So, in summary, I don't believe that this is a valid report.
This is actually cool. Like what you just said, like essentially, it's like in intelligence gathering, there's like different lines you cannot cross. Like, hey, we don't like you to do any intelligence gathering, but I know it's inevitable. So these things are like general hidden, like unspoken of rules of engagement. Like you can't do this, you can do this, you can't do this. This one is a declaration of war. So what were the three categories again? One of them was EW, electronic
you have various,
warfare.
Yeah, you have various types of intelligence collection, right? So I mean, anybody can Google this, right? So let's say, for example, you have imagery intelligence, IMINT. SIGINT is signal intelligence. That is your interception of communications. You have ELINT, which is electronic intelligence, which is the everything but any electronic frequency that gets emitted that is not communication generally falls within the realm of ELINT. So what that means, again, as an example, let's say a plane is flying, a plane is sending electronic data, and then you collect that. It's like, okay, that's where the plane is. Like that's just a rough explanation. You have ELINT, human intelligence. Think of your spies, and to your point, Mario, right? Like, we have spies everywhere, and this is the game. Like everybody spies on everybody. That's the game. Just deal with it. Everybody spies on everybody. That is just the game of the world we live in. And
okay. So let me go through them, and this is fun. Okay, so you got human intelligence, which is like that's okay. That's part of the game. We all do it, and if we catch them, we're gonna do a trade later on, like happened before. Then you've got electronic intelligence, which is like location of certain, like let's say location of military equipment, correct? And is that one considered
no, that's the line? Any type of intelligence collection is fair game, as long as you don't like. And this is kind of where I think
signal. Can you tell me? So signal intelligence involves what exactly?
So you are calling somebody on your phone, and I intercept that call, and I hear what you're saying. That's a rough estimate.
But this isn't that what you said is a declaration of war?
No. Generally, what it would be considered a kind of like a declaration of war. And again, I mean.
It's like when I'm being hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic. Networks, that would be considered a declaration of war.
Say that again, Ian. Say that again. Shut
when
down
you
what?
shut down people's, phones, when you shut them down, when you literally disrupt their infrastructure,
When you
that would be a
disrupt, yeah, when you
declaration of war.
disrupt, exactly, when you actively disrupt the
Yeah, if you're just
operation of an
spying
economy.
on them, that's not a declaration of war. Everybody does it.
So
So
information gathering is
EW
fine.
electronic warfare.
Disruption. Also a simplification is
Yeah.
information gathering is fine. Disruption is crossing the line.
I mean, people do it. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm being hyperbolic. What I was trying to say is like this Chinese balloon was going over to the U.S. and wherever it goes, cell towers started to just break. I mean, I think you can then imagine how that would have crossed the red line. Militaries have EW capabilities, electronic warfare. The other one is cyber, and that's kind of more of a gray zone where they go in and, we all know hacking. But EW is basically designed when you're going in to try to jam electronic equipment, either be a radar, communication, etc. If this balloon was going in through the U.S. over Montana and was jamming everything, and now people didn't have cell phones, I think that at that point we would have seen a response a lot quicker, and then we would have had a lot severe response. Intelligence collection is kind of this game where, and this is kind of where the administration kind of said, like, look, this balloon has the same capability as their satellites. Satellites are, just, hey, welcome to the new 21st century. They're going to take pictures of you. Just get over it. That's kind
Also,
of
a quick question for you: like, how possible is it that this story is a lot worse than what we're making it out to be? And I know it looks unlikely to me, but what's the likelihood that this could be something significantly more serious that's being kept under wraps? Which is, I know, is like, I don't want to go down the conspiracy path. I'm not going that extreme.
That's unlikely.
But saying,
I think given how many OSINT people are involved in open source intelligence people are involved in finding out what's going on, I don't think that's the case at all. I think we would have seen a lot more indications that would be the case if we actually had evidence for it.
Yeah, I would agree with Ian. I think this was because it was such in public nature. I mean, again, I'm not going to say 100% because the government is capable of doing a lot of things and under the wraps and not denying it. But I think Ian brings up an excellent point. And, oh, by the way, this flew through the U.S. where everybody has a cell phone. Everybody can look up and be like, oh, there's the balloon. I mean, and this is kind of the crazy thing. This is an international incident, which maybe happened 60 years ago. We wouldn't have that much footage. And like literally every single day, we were live tracking this. And I think I watched this in the news. Somebody made up a good example. This was kind of like the NORAD Santa tracker on Twitter. Like we were live tracking this. So I think Ian brings up a good point. It's hard to really put this under wrap.
Lost you
Did I
guys.
disconnect? What's going on? I don't know what's going on.
I was talking. Okay. I was talking.
Yeah.
I was just talking with my mic.
Oh, you
Don't
muted
freak
yourself.
out.
I was like, wait,
Yeah.
you muted.
Just quickly. So the reason that Jack's account, so Sebastian's like, careful what Jack posts. So someone's telling me that he posts things that are not confirmed.
He asks
like if
questions. He asks questions, and a lot of people, so those are very interesting questions. He asks questions, and people take the questions to mean something else, which is the fault of the reader, not necessarily the asker.
He asks provocative questions, and people run with them as if it's reported.
Yeah, that's what they do. And he'll be like, guys, I never said that. I just asked a question. And it's true. He only asked a question.
All right, so I'll go with Austin. Anything else to add to the communication disruption before we go back to Piotr?
Yeah, no, I think this is actually another really good example of just how hyperbolic these conversations can get sometimes, right? We've been able to kind of thresh through the previous reporting of like, could it be a bioweapon? Could it be an EMP? And, within 2 minutes to 5 minutes of analysis, it's very clear that that's not the case, right? If we were seeing like mass cell service disruptions, that would have been probably readily apparent far before now. And, as Nick sort of commented on what Verizon and AT&T are saying, this doesn't appear to be the case at all. But that being said, the fact that, we've talked about it and we've seen this like narrative spread, there's a quote that's oft attributed to Churchill, but actually kind of derives from Virgil on, a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on. But I think an even larger sort of example of this, right, is that we're conducting analysis on whether or not, this balloon could be carrying a WMD. And in this entire conversation, in the past week, there have been two major developments in U.S.-Chinese relations. Number one, the fact that Fiji has decided to cancel its mutual security policy with the Chinese on law enforcement. And secondarily, the United States securing access to 4 additional military bases in the Philippines. I would say either one of those instances alone have a larger effect on U.S.-Chinese relations than the balloon does in the physical realm. But the fact that we're talking and we're threshing through, whether or not cell towers have been fried by the balloon is I think really indicative to how powerful the information space has been on the balloon itself.
Yeah, and if I can just go, since you mentioned me, Mario, but I really love what Austin said, and this is like you were getting a kid in the candy store with the intelligent stuff. This is my kid in the candy store stuff. But, China is feeling contained, or is feeling a sense of containment. The grand strategy plan that the US and allies did in the Cold War, right, to deal with the Soviet Union, they are trying to do, at least in China's mind, in the South China Sea. And you have a large array of countries that are very angry over the 9-dash line that we also touched upon. Taiwan is arguably the crux of that 9-dash line element. But, China established a defense pact with the Solomon Islands in the summer of last year, which is a major one, the first of its kind. And the fact that they've lost this out to Fiji with the US is a bonus. You've got Australia for the first time really beginning to take a lead in militarization activities. You've got India on the Quad. India, a staunchly neutral power, usually the head of the non-aligned movement in the Cold War. You've got a lot of countries that are increasingly wary of Chinese belligerency. And again, I want to make this very clear for everyone listening that this isn't me defending the West or the hypocrisy of the United States or anything like that. It's more simply the recognition that China is making a lot of countries very wary indeed, and they have limited capacity in some ways. I think, as I say, we need to treat the Chinese with respect, but the fact that the best that they can do, at least initially, is to use a balloon to make us all start scurrying around, headless chickens kind of narrative, like, is it an EMP, could it do X, could it do Y, is exactly what the Chinese want to do, because they want to see what reaction they get and how much it can cause all of us to go crazy. But anyway, last point.
Piotr, one more question to you, actually, and anyone else. There's a question from the audience, and someone I know not personally, someone I know who's spoken on our stage before. He's asked a question, just tuning into your space. I'm just going to read out one sentence. I just expected China's spy tech to be more advanced than this. Is that a fair statement?
It is more advanced.
It is.
I
agree with you. It is advanced. We don't know. As I say, just because they sent a balloon, that's...
So the intention could be, you're saying the intentions of the balloon, similar to what I think it was James that mentioned earlier, the intentions of the balloon could be more than just information gathering or spying.
Well, of course, Mario, the basic principle of diplomacy, and particularly at the highest levels, the grand strategy, is optics and posturing, right? Think of Theodore Roosevelt in the 1910s. Paraphrasing here, but he talked about carrying a big stick, but not necessarily using it. That it's the same principle, right? You can have a large nuclear arsenal, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to use it. It's about instilling a sense of fear without actually doing anything of a kinetic sense, or actual action. So the Chinese definitely have very capable equipment. We just don't know much about it. The last point I'll make is that they have a doctrine called minimal deterrence, which is basically they carry the minimal amount of nuclear warheads needed, about 250, to deter other powers, namely India and Pakistan, who are their immediate threats. Or maybe not Pakistan as much, but that's the point. They're beginning to shift from this minimal deterrence because they think they need more nuclear warheads.
They're getting more ballsy. We're just seeing every year they're just getting more and more ballsy. It's concerning.
Yeah, that's part of this warfare diplomacy I mentioned before. So to answer the person's question or point is, China definitely has a capable military. We've never seen it in action since the 1960s, 70s, and that's something we have to take into account. Last point is General Spalding will be keen to come on, I'm sure. He's just a bit particular about how he likes spaces to be run. I'll be in touch with him. I can see if I can bring him on. And I've also got a lot of staff from SAIS, Johns Hopkins, who talk about this sort of stuff. So I can bring on anyone you want who can talk China, Britain, Russian, anything. So let me know. But anyway,
this is your Christmas. Christmas is early for you, Piotr. He's the subject you know a lot about is finally here. We'll jump to Patrick, and then we'll go to Intel and Joa to kind of wrap it up.
Thanks, Mario. Just kind of a final note from me. What's interesting next will be how the Biden administration responds. Now, obviously, I think their initial reaction has been subpar, But if they want to, there are steps they can take, after the fact to basically let China know that this is not something that we're willing to tolerate in future. Rolling up some of these unofficial Chinese police stations would be a start. Ejecting known PRC intelligence assets would be another. There are things we can do to communicate our displeasure, and it will be very interesting to see what steps the Biden administration takes to do exactly that, if they choose to do so at all. And I think their reaction will be something to watch, and we'll be able to gauge exactly how serious they took this based on that to some degree.
Another thing, two things, Patrick. First is just, I think if you go back to, imagine you were 2 years ago and someone told you like, hey, the US will be shooting down a spy balloon, a Chinese spy balloon, while being involved in a proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. That's where we're at right now. We're in, not when I say we're, I'm talking about the US. The US is just, it's already in confrontation with Russia, and escalation with China is at I wouldn't say an all-time high, but definitely higher than it's been in many, many years. How concerning is this in your opinion, Patrick?
Well, let me just say real quick, just came through the wire, and we don't have the statement yet. We're looking at it right now. China has come out and they have expressed, quote, strong discontent at U.S. downing the balloon. And then secondly, they just said, actually, I just got another one. So let me read that really quickly. And the second one says, we reserve the right for further reaction. So what that means is yet to be seen. And,
cool.
Yeah.
So are they planning to go to war over a fucking balloon? Probably not.
See, this is my point. The Chinese are rattled. They're rattled, and this is if the West is intelligent, i.e., America, we can spin this to our advantage.
Will Biden do it though? That's the question.
We should have. Well, Blinken should have gone to bloody China. He should have gone to Beijing, and now we screwed that up.
We lost it.
But why? Yeah. So first, when you say China's rattled, can you elaborate on this, Piotr?
Well, I mean, look, China, to Sebastian's point, is a gradualist power in the sense of they think decades. They don't think quarterly terms or years of the next election cycle. They're thinking years, decades in advance, and this is. And therefore, they're very good at probably their game theory is pretty good, right? They're able to think about chess. As we've always talked about, Russia plays in checkers or in poker, China plays in chess. They're very gambit, right? Focused. So when we're talking about China's capacity to be rattled or not, they rarely release statements that aren't very carefully worded. It's known as benevolent neutrality.
Yeah, but why? Sorry. So what I mean by my question, Piotr, is why are they rattled? Like, I don't get it. They've got their own balloon over the US. It's just not
because
it's not
for it to be found. Because they didn't intend for this to happen at this extent. They didn't expect.
But how can you? Again, sorry for my ignorance, but what do you mean they have a big ass balloon over the country? What do you mean they didn't expect that? That they'll spot it.
They've admitted that it didn't go along the wind patterns that they intended. Maybe they wanted it to just go down the coastline just outside the EEZ or, America's exclusive.
So do you think it's very likely they fucked up and went off course?
Yeah, definitely. So they're rattled. They're not sure how to manage it.
If I may, so I think to back up Piotr's point, right? The issue, what we're seeing, right, and this is something I talked about in the space yesterday, right? If you look at Chinese scholars, like Western-based Chinese scholars that prioritize and focus and are professionals in kind of the Chinese political system, and you look at Chinese economic experts, one of the things that we're seeing that China is trying to do, right, especially in the last quarter, and I understand the argument that, the Chinese, they play chess in the decades. I'm not of that belief, but that's a separate conversation. I do not believe they're like that. I think they're a lot more short-minded than people realize, but that's for a separate conversation. What China's was trying to do now that they got rid of the zero COVID was their whole messaging, if you look at it, is we're back in the world stage. We're opening up our borders. We want economic integration. We want to be back a global player in the international forum. And then the Blinken visit was a huge part of their kind of this notion that China's back. We want investors, et cetera, right? So this is kind of the messaging. And one of the things about the Wolf Warrior diplomacy, right? If you look from last year to this year, the key diplomats and so specifically the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, their spokesman, who was kind of the head of the Wolf Warrior diplomacy, he was removed from that position and he was sent into basically the equivalent of the U.S. NOAA department. Like, he was completely downgraded and he was sent away, and they put something like they're trying to get away from the Wolf Warrior diplomacy and go back to this because they realized with Russia, Ukraine, that they were becoming isolated and the zero COVID. So this was the messaging that they were trying to do. And oh, by the way, now here comes a balloon over U.S. National territory, U.S. national sovereignty, and it just got shot down. And now they're kind of embarrassed. And then I think this kind of backs up why I believe Blinken did the right thing in saying, I'm canceling this visit to kind of show that you're now a pariah, because sovereign and normal international players who play by the rule book, that's something that, at least propaganda-wise, not in reality, but propaganda-wise, the China really tries to do, that they are members of the UN Charter and follow it. Normal global powers and responsible stakeholders do not fly over national sovereignty of other countries, and I think this really slapped them in the face, and I think that kind of backs up to Piotr said, that they're ruffled. And the fact that they regretted this incident, I mean, anybody who watches China, the fact that China said, we regret this is like, what? China doesn't regret shit. And the fact that they said it really shows that I think there's some underlying, and this is kind of where the Chinese scholars are having an argument between each other, trying to figure out, like, maybe this was something that got blown out of proportion or did not intend to go this in depth, or China overshot what they were trying to accomplish, and now it's hitting them in the face.
So it is worth mentioning right here that it's going to be very telling to find out where because you have the two jet streams, right? You have a subtropical jet stream, and then you have the jet stream that we all know. And these balloons seem to follow the direct path of both of those jet streams, which do originate over near China. So it seems like it's going to be very difficult for them to argue that they didn't realize these two balloons were going to end up getting caught in those jet streams. I guess we'll see. But it is important to figure out where they were launched at.
Yeah, before you go, Piotr, Piotr, as you make this point, I'll add a question that in the comments as well by one of the regular panelists on here. He's like, when you said what you said, Piotr, that this could have just gone blown off course, he goes the following. That's the person that was questioning China's spy tech earlier. He goes, that was my point. You can't have it both ways. If China truly has great tech, a balloon doesn't get blown off course by the wind. They didn't get caught. They didn't intend to get caught, and that kind of addresses another point someone mentioned. A lot of people are mentioning, was this a U.S. balloon? Let me read out one message here. It's asking, like, was this a U.S. balloon? Wondering if there's any thought on this being a U.S. balloon to again create distraction. That's a hard argument to make, but then when China admits that the balloon,
to make, especially in China acknowledges it's theirs.
Yeah. So China acknowledging that this is a Chinese balloon just makes it a difficult argument to make. I'm open-minded to everything.
We'll find that out when they look at the debris in, hours from now, days and whatever. I think it's preposterous that this is a US thing to distract from what? I mean, the US is pretty distracted as it is.
Why would it create... I love that argument. It's like my favorite one. Whenever people say it's a distraction, it's like everything is a distraction.
I look at but again, for anyone that sent this, I look at every theory with an open mind. So just objectively look at it personally, I'd say so being a distraction is an argument. I would have made it if China didn't admit to it. Then it's an argument worth making and debating. Like any point, but this one is just a bit hard to make considering China said what they said, and China regretted, as also said, China regretting this incident. It is, and that's a very good point. It is very rare for China to regret anything. So as in all sources' words, they regret fuck all. Yeah, go ahead, Piotr, Nick.
Real quick, let me just say, Piotr, because this just came up as well. China is now saying that they asked. This is happening in real time, which is why I keep jumping in. They said they asked the U.S. to handle balloon in calm, professional manner, and that the U.S. shooting down a balloon is a serious violation of international practice, and repercussions should be expected. So that was the actual quote.
Can you send you send it to me in our group, please? Please.
Look what's happening.
Yes. That was from the Associated Press. Yeah.
And I want to give just election wizard as well as tweeting a lot of this stuff. So just want to give him a shout out there. Go ahead, Piotr.
No. Just I love it. Look at what's happening in real time. So as I said before, This is what's known as benevolent neutrality. So the Chinese try to toe a line of deliberately sticking to a very sort of realpolitik, pragmatic tone in their messaging, right? Look at how they've talked about Ukraine. I encourage anybody listening who's interested to Google Chinese foreign ministry statements or Chinese UN statements. They're very void of emotion. They're very void of any hyperbole. And then you look at those compared to, say, I don't know, the British or the US. If it's about Ukraine, for example, it's very cold. It's very detached. These statements that are coming out are frankly quite hilarious. It shows you that the Chinese are really running out of ideas in how to spin this. They're trying to spin the narrative. Diplomacy is half about narrative, and they're trying to spin it so that it's about, how dare the United States defend their airspace and sovereignty? They've done something aggressive here. Therefore, the Americans are actually wrong. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I think this is going to be quite entertaining to watch what else they come up with in terms of why it's America's fault and not China's.
Intel, Joe?
Hey, I had more of a question for Piotr because I agreed a lot with the points he was saying about China and natural resources and everything else. And he seemed very knowledgeable, although we come to two different conclusions, and that's why I kind of had a question about it. The Afghanistan is a very important resource for China, correct, Piotr?
Sorry, say again. Sorry, you cut out for me there.
He said he's asking Afghanistan is a hypothetical question. Afghanistan is a very important question to a very important resource, or strategically very important to China, correct?
For resources.
Depends, but yeah, let's say it is, yeah.
Yeah, for cobalt and for lithium, especially, to make the chips. All right, and Syria, who also has the pipeline to Saudi Arabia, is also very strategically important to Russia or China in terms of cheap fuel. Correct?
Okay, yeah. So we'll continue. We'll move to the point,
Yeah.
Joe.
So why is China more emboldened today than they ever were? Is the previous president pulled out of both of those countries in conflicts that we were not losing. The only president to ever pull out of active conflicts in the past 20 years that we're not losing.
I would, Joe. Do you mind, Joe? I would. What I'm going to do is, I invited you on the stage, and I love you on stage all the time. I will keep that question for the next space. Would love you to come on, just because that will go down a completely new rabbit hole. That's political discussion that is worth having, but I'd rather have it on another space because I'm trying to wrap this one up. Is that okay, Joe?
Yeah. Piotr was just very knowledgeable, so I'd love him to be on because.
No, Piotr is always on. I can promise you that, especially when there's China in the title of the space. Yeah. Intel, I'll give you the mic. Any final words? And then we'll have Jim, Nick, Ian wrap it up.
I guess if we want to continue the conversation, I can create a space here in a few minutes if anyone's interested in that, and we can kind of continue the conversation in any particular direction. In terms of the balloon, though, my final commentary, I agree with a lot of the previous speakers with this potentially, being not what China intended. If you look at China's high-altitude balloon program, it's been ongoing since 2015. It's typically launched from the Chinese Academy of the Sciences, and typically that's very short range. It usually is just for altitude and testing different payloads on the balloons. I did post in a nest a couple research papers from the Chinese Academy of the Sciences about the various payloads that they've tested with these balloons. So I think based off China's reaction to this, it seems very plausible that it could have just been a routine test of this high altitude balloon and it went completely awry from their intended goals. And the U.S. response, as Patrick said, I definitely am curious to see how the U.S. administration reacts further to the developing situation. Because now that this has happened, we need to make it clear that it's not acceptable. And definitely want to see what
I agree.
could happen.
I think, I agree. I think the U.S. response will be very important moving forward into how serious the matter is. I think always when you look at the response of a country, generally shows how, we don't know what we don't know, and the response usually hints to how severe or how much we don't know. I'll go to, Allsource did mention to me, I'm going to read it, I'm going to say it in the space, unless he jumps in and says,
real
Mario,
quick,
don't
Mario,
say it.
take
But
a look
also,
at your messages there.
shit, what's going on, bro? All right, so General Spaulding is in the space. We were going to wrap up the space, but that's a great reason not to wrap up the space. Let me get. I'm just sending him an invite now. General, I've just sent you through an invite now, so you should accept it. It's via your DMs, and I'm just going to follow you as well, so I could actually see you in the stage. I'll go to. So also did say the following. He does not. I'm going to read out exactly what he said. Tell the person who's asking. Do you mind if I read it out, Allsource? I'm guessing it's a
Have
yes.
at it, my man.
Yeah, so also says, tell the person who's asking about China military intelligence capabilities that my opinion, and I respect all sources' opinion, he's been on the stage a few times, is that China capabilities suck. That's it. That's all sources' quote. Aaron, the mic is yours as we wait for General Spaulding to come up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment because there's been a lot of talk about intelligence surveillance with this balloon, but there are other forms of surveillance that we also need to kind of pay attention to. They're not as sort of attention grabbing as a huge balloon in the sky that gets shot down by a military plane. But there's been mention of TikTok, but I want to mention one other means of digital surveillance on not only ordinary Americans, but people around the world that China rolled out quite brilliantly a few years ago during the Beijing Olympics. And that's that they first rolled out the central bank digital currency, the yuan, prior to the Olympics. And then for all those international travelers, whether athletes or spectators or anyone who participated in those games, they were required to download the app for the yuan and use that for all of their commerce while they were there. And then, of course, they went back to their home countries with an app on their phone that was tied to all of their financial information and lots of other data on their phone. So, data being the new gold, that's recognized both in the East and in the West with the surveillance capitalism sort of model that we've pioneered here. That the fact that we're giving away lots of information freely, not only on TikTok, but in even more powerful ways. And that China was able to do that. I found it interesting China was able to do that to almost no sort of public commentary or notice. And I think people are starting to comment on, central bank digital currencies and the power that would give to central actors to monitor and potentially control financial transactions. But actually, the Chinese are a couple of years ahead of us on that. The Feds are floating the idea of a digital dollar, but China's engineering may be sort of backwards, catching up, reverse engineering our technology. That may all be true, but in certain economic realms, they've actually taken some steps that I think we should be paying more attention to.
Thanks for sharing that, Aaron. And in the meantime, I do want to say, General Spaulding, I've DM'd you invites to come up. So before giving the mic to Piotr, just want to say, check your DMs, your messages, your Twitter message, and click on the link there. You can leave the space and then click on the link there. Jim will communicate with you directly if you're facing any technical issues. Piotr?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say I think that Aaron raised some good points. I can't actually see the general in the space though, so I don't know if it's a glitch on Twitter, but no, just to this point, I mean, again, I think a space about China's internal domestic demographic situation is really worth diving deep into. Because, I mean, a lot of people, if Kim.com was here, he'd be arguing about BRICS and we could have that debate. Oh, I see the General up now. Nice to see you, General. I think, there's a time scale element to this which is really important. How much whether China is able to, rekindle its glory days before the demographic crisis really hits it hard. Then you've got the debt crisis, which is a problem for all countries, but as I think it was all source or some others, TJ, who were raising, that's something that China hasn't really got that much capacity to deal with, namely that aggregately the economy is very large, but there's questions about how big it is. Is it? There's one study that was done about 3 years ago that estimated that China's economy could actually be 40% smaller than it actually is because of the amount of light emittance from economic zones like cities. This was a trend he'd plotted across all autocratic countries. So there's a lot of questions about China's actual capacity. The semiconductors is really important because it puts the overall economy behind by about 20 years. So a lot of these questions are playing into the psyche of Chinese policymakers for sure. But I'll pass back to you for the general.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so Jim, I'll let you introduce the general. General, pleasure to have you on stage. Jim, the mic is yours.
Yeah, no, actually, Piotr, will you, do you mind introducing him? I think you're going to do that better than I would.
Oh, okay, sure. Welcome to General Robert Spalding. He is a former Brigadier General of the United States Air Force. I was lucky enough to interview him on Thursday last week for a conversation about Taiwan, China, and also some aerial elements of Ukraine. And he has also been part of previous U.S. administration. So, General Spalding, it's great to see you again. Welcome to the panel.
Just unmute yourself there.
General, can you hear us? You got bottom left corner. You can unmute your mic. How are you?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep. How are you?
I can hear you.
Great. I apologize. I have a cold, so maybe
me too.
my throat.
I appreciate you joining us despite the cold. General, we have a bunch of questions for you. I'm not sure how much time you have, and we appreciate you joining. General thoughts on recent developments, China's response to the balloon being shot down earlier today, and any other thoughts? How serious is the matter?
Well, I think the thing that I find important about the balloon issue is not so much the intelligence collection capability. It's more so the signal it sends. I don't believe it's accidental. It's kind of like if you remember when President Obama went to Hangzhou for G20 and they told him that they couldn't find stairs for Air Force One, and he ended up coming out down the bottom of the plane. I think the way that this is portrayed in the U.S. media is far more important to China than any intelligence collection activities that they could get from the balloon.
So you're saying that, so 2 points you said, and you're not the first person to say that. We've had other guests earlier in the show say the same thing, is that the use of a balloon is not an accident. And do you imply that was more of a psychological move by China, or did I misunderstand the point you're making, General?
No, I think that's it's very akin to what I think happened during the coronavirus, which is widespread what I would call mistrust of the medical community now in the United States. I think a good example of the benefit of what's going on right now is beginning to mistrust the ability of the United States to defend itself. And so the military, which is a pretty strong institution in the United States, I think ends up looking probably the worst in this effort. And it's really an inexpensive way to achieve this goal.
And do you think that could be a response to the escalation we've seen in Taiwan and the semiconductor?
I would characterize it as less directly related to Taiwan, more related to the overall relationship between the U.S. and China. I consider us to be in the second Cold War, and I think this is just a part of that. So these things occurred regularly between the U.S. and the Soviet Union during the first Cold War, and I think this pattern of behavior is going to be something we're going to see quite a lot of.
General, I'm curious your thoughts. We just had a statement come out from China, basically saying, they asked us to handle the balloon in a calm, professional manner, and they reserve the right for future action. What's your, having been there and been something of an attaché in that direction and working with them, what's your sense of what they're trying to communicate with that statement?
Well, again, it's hard to say their exact motive, other than to say, I think it really has to do with the optics around it, and those optics really have to do with their undermining of the institutions of the United States and the West more broadly. So I don't really put any large stock in the statement itself. The behavior of the regime in terms of how they have handled it so far is pretty characteristic of the way China handles most things with the United States.
Does that seem to indicate?
Sorry,
that they,
Jim,
oh,
just
yeah, go ahead.
just a point you made earlier, and I'll give it back to Jim because Jim, you're asking great questions. I've just had a doctor that comes on stage on a regular basis when we do spaces or shows about COVID. I'll read out what he said, and I want you to elaborate on it, General. When you made the comment about COVID, so the General was implying that China was testing our response to a pandemic as a way to sow distrust in medical professionals. So, what was? Can you tell us more when you referred to COVID? How are you relating this to the current situation? Maybe we misunderstood.
Well, I'm not implying that COVID was deliberately started, to achieve the outcome that they achieved. What I'm saying is the advantage or the opportunity presented itself as a result of the spread of the pandemic to avail the Chinese of the ability to undermine the faith and confidence in Western medical institutions in the West, and I think they've been quite effective of that. And the cause of that is the overall what appears to be ineptitude by the West medical profession to deal with the pandemic in ways that bolstered the trust of the public.
So looking at this incident,
understood. Jim, go ahead.
Yeah. So looking at this incident, the way that it played out. Does it seem to you that they got kind of caught with their pants down related to this balloon, or was there some confident purpose that they had in its delivery, or did something just mess up? I mean, it kind of seems strange.
Well, yeah. Let me ask. So let me answer that question with a question. Do you believe that the Chinese could possibly move several neighborhoods out of Hangzhou for the G20 and not avail itself of a set of stairs for Air Force One? Or, are you willing to concede that possibly they liked the optics of the president having to come down to the belly of the airplane and that ability to demonstrate to both friends and foes its ability to essentially make the United States look weak in that instance, what I'm saying is this is another opportunity for them to do that.
Yeah, see, we were talking earlier about some of that stuff, and it sure came across that the whole psyop, or whatever you want to call it here, was really to watch the reaction of the administration. Is it your opinion that they actually specifically, therefore, were trying to test what the resolve and or the reaction of the administration would be?
Yes.
Piotr, you had a question apparently. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, so General, we spoke on Thursday as the balloon was entering U.S. airspace. I hope you get better. I hope I didn't overly talk you too much on Thursday. But my question for you is: given these developments now, and we're seeing how the Chinese are acting quite out of character, do you think that we could use this as a bit of leverage to see how they would play if we pressured them in other areas, say Taiwan, say other theaters, or do you retain much of how you felt when we spoke last?
Well, I think we're prepared to do that. I just don't think that we have the ability really to do the same types of things, I think, to the Chinese Communist Party right now that they have with us. And the primary reason is because I think there's a battle going on both within the administration and within, the West writ large that says, where, a component of, the West and a component of the administration believes that, the Chinese are generally genuine in their communications with the United States. And then there's an aspect or a side of it that believes the Chinese are not genuine and in fact have ulterior motives to most of the things. And given the interactions I'd had with the Chinese Communist Party over the years, I would tend to believe that they know exactly what they're doing. Excuse me. And their messaging reveals more about what they're trying to get out of this than we're willing to admit. And so for us to really take advantage of the situation as it currently is, we would have to become much more sophisticated from how we approach the Chinese Communist Party than we've been to date. And so I don't think that we're prepared right now to do that.
So one last question, General, then quick follow-up. One of the themes that we've been talking about here tonight is just why the balloon, why this method of sort of, interference. Maybe it's more about, as you said, it's the media, but equally the Chinese, how capable, two sub-questions. So one, how well in your mind is the Chinese PLA? How capable is it in its aerial areas, capacity? But second, what's the likelihood that we could see them, escalate, if that makes sense, or just raise the bar a little bit by using other forms of military equipment to test the waters, in a metaphorical sense, not literal?
So I look, we're not going to know until the invasion comes how good they are. I can tell you, having sat feet away from the CMC during the negotiations to return the UUV, that their command and control of their military forces is far better than what we have in the United States. So that was reform number one of the PLA. Reform number two, to make it more combat capable. I think we like to say that they haven't, been in a war, so therefore they must not be very capable. And I would just remind everybody that, when we went to the first Gulf War, we hadn't really fought for a couple of decades. And, the last showing, other than saying something like Grenada, was Vietnam, where we had not done very well. So it is possible, and we have to, part of the problem that we have in understanding China and really dealing with it, realistically, is the fact that we kind of tell ourselves stories about China based on, our expectation that we're better. And so, to answer your question, I believe that they are far superior to us in the Indo-Pacific, particularly as it pertains to Taiwan, and that if they do decide to move on Taiwan, we're actually going to be very shocked at their capabilities.
General Spaulding, by the way, you're really good to come on when I know you're kind of going through a cold there. And thank you so much, because it's really helpful, I think, to everyone listening and been following this all day. But I got to.
And General, just about your call, just quickly, General. If you're feeling bad at any time you want to jump off, don't hesitate to say, guys, I'm going to jump off. Be very casual about it. You can jump in and out anytime. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, no, and so you did point to us being in a second Cold War. Now, as people are looking at this incident that just took place over these many days, how does that relate? Maybe put some perspective into that second Cold War sort of footing that we find ourselves on now, and how this kind of fits into that, and what we should learn from it moving forward so we have good understanding.
Well, I think that, as I said, I think we're in the second Cold War. I think the Chinese recognize this, and they are acting appropriately to, and everything. As I've said before, if you look at the way that they look at war, and it's much more in the vein of Simon Sinek's Infinite Game, then we have to be prepared for a series of actions by the Chinese that are continuous, that are constant, that are meant to advantage them and disadvantage the U.S. and the West more broadly. And we have to be prepared to think at that level in order to deal with it.
Another question, General. Go ahead, Piotr and Jim.
Yeah, just so General. But what of the fact that we have seen Fiji reject this deal? China has only really been able to establish one defense pact with the Solomon Islands. There's quite a lot of willingness by the Philippines to accommodate more U.S. presence. The 9-dash line has angered quite a lot of the, periphery states. Do you not think that the Chinese are going to be overextended a little bit by going up against such a large array of other countries, even if they don't get directly involved?
Let's be honest. When I was at the White House, we would continuously get delegations from the Asia Pacific that said, look, don't make us choose. We want to be friends of you and we want to be friends of China. We want to be friends of China for the economic opportunities, and we want to be friends of yours for the security relationship. And so the former actually undermines the position of the latter. And therefore, we can't smack ourselves, give ourselves a pat on the back too hard when, the vast majority of our allies and partners would rather do business with China and be security partners with the West, given the fact that they're doing business with China undermines the technological superiority of the military. It undermines the economic basis from which the resources for any military conflict might be gained from. It undermines the supply chain and the industrial base that would support any conflict. And so I think we're just deluding ourselves into thinking that we could have a Cold War where China owns the industrial base, owns the supply chain, owns all the economic and technological and financial relationships with our allies and partners, and the United States will continue to rely on the military superiority to be the deciding factor. It's ridiculous on its face.
On that point, I've spent a whole lot of time in India through my life. I did some business there, and I know you're an expert on China, maybe not on India, but as thorny and tricky a woods it is to walk through to build and grow relationships with India, even though they're friendly with us, but it's still kind of thorny and tricky because of our historical past, their previous connections to Russia, for example, and some other things that we don't have time to go into here. But is that not somewhat a path to take a look at to balance out our interests in Asia, is to figure out how to forge a better relationship with India? Because they do provide that.
That's a good example of what I just said. So we're pouring billions of dollars into China and we're trying to have a military relationship with India. We'd be much better off if we were strengthening our economic and financial and trade ties with India and basically cutting off or isolating the Chinese. In this case, it just makes us no relationship with India, I think, is going to be very successful between the United States and India if it's solely relegated to a military relationship, because I just don't think that's going to allow for the type of relationship that would allow the India to kind of let down their guard the way that people want. And so, we're happy to have the DOD and DOS highly involved with India, but then, the business community writ large is pouring, along with Commerce and Treasury, are pouring their attention and effort into China.
But
General, I've got just quickly. I just want to go back to the balloon quickly, if you don't mind. General, I'm not sure how much longer you have, but just going back to the balloon, we had discussions and debates earlier about the purpose of the balloon beyond sending a message to the US. Is it a balloon that was intended for electronic intelligence or imagery intelligence, in your opinion? And the theory that an ex-general mentioned to the Washington Examiner about it being a dry run for a biological weapon, more specifically a nuclear EMP device, which all panelists said was highly, highly, highly unlikely. Would like your comments on that as well, like the exact purpose of the balloon beyond sending a message. And the second point is, why do you think the U.S. didn't shoot it down immediately? Do you think they disabled its ability to send information back to China, and there was no reason to shoot it down early? Would love your thoughts on that point as well.
Yeah, I think that any military operation can have multiple goals. One could be just to test the response of the United States to, identify, track, and go through the targeting cycle of the balloon. That's one. And then, understanding, the political ramifications, which we've been talking about, And then, it can be for either, for instance, it can be the ability. I mean, one of the things that a balloon provides you, particularly one that can be steered, is the ability to loiter over an area and be able to connect intelligence both from visual and also signals intelligence means. So I think there's multiple goals that you can achieve from this. And so, you could, there was, I think, some thought that you could use fentanyl deaths and track the migration of fentanyl deaths in the United States to identify smuggling routes in the United States. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things that you can use these things for in terms of understanding better how the United States responds to these kinds of events.
Also,
Yeah. So,
sorry.
hey, General, sir, thank you for joining. I have two questions for you, and then Mario, I'm going to have to drop after this. But my first question for you is, if you were the chief of staff of the Air Force, what would your recommendation be to the president of the United States, the forces of action that they should have taken to shoot this down, or what should have been the response to this balloon since its launch, et cetera? So, if you were the chief of staff of the Air Force, what would your recommendation to POTUS be? And then two, what's your opinion as somebody who served in the Air Force of the fact that an F-22, based on all public reporting we got, managed to shoot down this balloon at what appears to be at over 60,000 feet with an AM-9, air-to-air missile, which, I think a lot of us, to me personally, I mean, I'm Army tanker, right? That's why my profile picture, I thought that was a pretty impressive capability. I didn't know that Air Force could fly such high altitude to do air-to-air combat at such elevated altitude. So I would just like your points in answer to those two questions, sir.
Yeah, I think, to prevent this from looking like we are impotent or feckless, I would have, my position is we should have taken it down immediately. And, I think it's not out of the realm of the possibility that you raise the alert level of your nuclear forces, just as a signal to China that this type of provocation is really not going to be acceptable. And then in terms of how they brought it down, I think there was some hesitancy because this is not something that we do. And quite frankly, it probably needs to be something that we are anticipating and training for. So I think that could have played a role here in terms of how we responded, and maybe that purpose is what made us slow on the response. But at the very minimum, I think it's right that we did bring the thing down. I do think, though, that an add-on signal to this would have been to raise the alert forces or alert status of the nuclear force.
Piotr,
General,
I'd give Nick, General, you've got a message. General has to jump off. So we'll give Piotr the final question before you drop off, General. Piotr?
General, I wanted to just raise again the Indian point, right? So, we're talking about China's capacity as an economic power and so on. But the one thing I do slightly differ with you, and we touched upon this during our conversation, is that do you not think the time element is important here? Sure, we need to, America's in the process of decoupling or trying to, and we're trying to reallocate or realign through like friendshoring, nearshoring in the Latin American areas. So you do not think it's a bit unfair to say that, the US is too integrated with China, but that's because it's been the case for decades and we're still taking a bit of time to reach that point. And whilst we're focused on the military aspect, the economics isn't going to happen overnight. So do you not think that there's a bit of a difference in time length there, time scale?
Well, can you elaborate on what you mean? Because I'm not sure. I think what you're asking is, the timeline required to reindustrialize. Is that what you're asking?
Well, you were raising the point that it's not good that America is in bed with China economically as much as it is, and therefore we have no right to tell the Indians or try to get closer with the Indians militarily until we've sorted our own bed out, in terms of economic relations with China or to codependency. But the point I'm making is that China and America have had this relationship far longer than the past few years? Do you not think it's a bit difficult to simply just say to America, right, off you go, time to disconnect from China completely? At the end of the day, trade continues to grow despite the trade war. The two countries are still reliant on each other for lots of different areas of commerce. So I just feel that it's a bit difficult to say, to disconnect economically when it's not that simple. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Well, so let's take World War II as an example. Prior to the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor, we were highly integrated with both countries, with both Japan and Nazi Germany. And then afterwards, once war began, we were completely economically, isolated from them on purpose. But it was on their terms. So my point was, I think it was that it's time to do it on our terms before a war in Taiwan really forces us to do it in a way where we're caught off guard and we don't have the ability to resupply antibiotics or microelectronics or any of the other things that we may need as a society. So doing it on our terms is far better than waiting for war to break out and then having to do it on their terms.
Got you.
General, I know you got to jump off. Any final message to the audience about the incident and what to expect over the next few days? And again, appreciate you jumping on. Any final comments?
No, I just think that we have to be prepared for an invasion of Taiwan. It's coming. We have to accept that, and I think the sooner we get
how long? In what period of time do you think that could happen?
I expect it to be before the elections in 2024.
Wow. Well, that's an incredible note to leave us with. General, thank you so much for jumping on. You're welcome to join anytime in the future. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get well, sir. Bye-bye. Holy shit, guys. What the hell was that closing comment? Like, Protocol Piotr, just on that point, all source, anyone, can you, like, that was a crazy comment to end it with. What are your thoughts, Aaron?
Yeah. So I think this balloon maneuver was, if we think of this as a chess game.
Sorry, Aaron, I want to just quickly comment on the last point, and I'll give you the mic to comment on say what you're saying now. But just on the last point that he's mentioned
that's
about
exactly
okay, sorry, go ahead. My bad. Yeah,
I'm gonna get there. So if we think of this as a chess game, and the balloon maneuver being, the movement of a pawn, the invasion of Taiwan, I think, is. I'm going to make his comment maybe even more terrifying. I think if we think in 20-year increments, the invasion of Taiwan is, moving a power piece, a rook or a bishop into a more strategic position. I don't think that even is the end game of China's ambitions. So, I mean, the time horizon is scary, right? Thinking of something like that happening on the geopolitical stage sometime in the next year. But the Chinese seem to be accelerating with the saber rattling, the intelligence gathering, what's been going on, literally in space with satellites and, attempts to figure out ways to either take out our infrastructure or put their tentacles into the digital world in such a way that they can both data mine and gather, massive intelligence from that bulk collection of data. So I don't think we should think of China as a slow-moving beast that's trying to catch up with us anymore.
But the statement of I'm not sure if he's still with us, Allsource, because I had to jump off, but Allsource and Piotr and Austin and Patrick and Protocol, actually, I want to go to all of you on this particular point. Is it a common narrative? Have others been mentioning the same point that China could be invading Taiwan? Because I thought an invasion of Taiwan was just off the books, at least in the near future.
Well, they've said they want to be prepared by 2027. I mean, it depends on the timeline, right? I'm no fan of the CCP. I look at some of the moves we've made, whether the Inflation Act or the most recent one, the infrastructure before that. And we aren't preparing for this. Our manufacturing, our facilities, the reason why they didn't want to ruffle China's feathers is because they have a stranglehold on rare earth elements and precious metals across the world. I mean, in some instances, they have 100% market share, especially because they now control Myanmar. So while you're pursuing this green tech and killing your own oil industry, while we're exporting everything we can to Europe, and they're taking coal from South Africa and anywhere they can get it, we are fighting a very stupid battle that makes no sense. I mean, now McCarthy is going to take a trip to Taiwan, which, listen, I understand that, but they aren't actually taking tactical moves to prepare for any type of conflict that comes. I think China can do it in 2 years if they want to. I think they can do it in 10 or 20. They're on a much longer timeline, and they stick to their plan. You look at Wall Street, it's by every quarter. You look at Congress, it's every 2 years for reps, every 6 for senators, and the president, depending who the party is. There hasn't been a coherent national strategy to counter China. One of the few generals who spoke on it, Flynn, was laughed out of the office and then ended up in the Russiagate scandal that they, basically ambushed him. So I'll close with this. I mean, you can't do business with China. Their national strategy is military-civilian fusion. This is ignoring the joint ventures they require, the IP transfers, they're stealing submarine plans from Russia. And who knows what kind of advanced weaponry Russia is going to give them now, since they're dependent on them as their lifeline in this war. And we are not preparing in any instance, and I think the general makes a valid point.
I want to go to before going to Piotr, just to the audience, I want to get your thoughts on this closing statement. I just want to get a sentiment. Am I the only one shocked by it? Piotr?
Yeah, so, I spoke to the general about this on Thursday. We ran through several different war games or scenarios, right? Simulations, which is whereby you outline different cases. Do you have a amphibious landing only? Is there air support? Is there a large scale?
But is that Piotr? Is that just? I'll let you continue. Sorry to interrupt you. I've done this a lot today. But is that a common narrative across other experts in that field? That is possible, and is that such? Okay, because I haven't seen any from any reputable persons recently. So the general's take on this is very, very interesting, and one I don't want to take it lightly. It just caught me by surprise.
We've got to treat China with respect, right? We've got to treat the PLA. We've got to be very cautious and wary of this potential adversary. And to Prodigal's point, I don't disagree with him on some of what he said, but I did disagree with, and I do disagree with fundamentally quite a lot of what the general says. I think it's unfair to sort of compare our inability to get things done with India on a military aspect to the same with a long-standing deep economic integration the two largest economies have had for the past 30, 40 years. I mean, it's not that easy to decouple from China that easily. So for him to suddenly say, well, we can't do anything with India until we've done something about China, well, it's not the same time scale. Equally, I asked him this very question. Do you not think that China is in international relations, you have two mechanisms. You have pull mechanisms and push mechanisms. And I said to him, do you not think that India is being pushed more by China than America has been able to pull India towards us? And he disagreed. But he's definitely in the minority with that. And again, I don't mean this disrespectfully. He's, served well and an esteemed career. But I personally think that the PLA undertaking a campaign against Taiwan in the next 2 years is absolutely out of the question. And I'll give you a couple of reasons why. So one, there's only 2 months really in the year that make it a feasible time to actually conduct an amphibious landing to Taiwan, either April or October. Otherwise, it's too windy, the seas are too rough, the conditions are just wrong. Second,
let's replay amphibious with people. Let's do that as step one.
Okay, sure. Second, in basic military doctrine, you need a 3-to-1 invading force, which means for every one defensive individual.
So you're ruling out a blockade and starving them into submission? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, you're not. What? Anyway, so
I mean, China is capable of blockading Taiwan.
Oh, a blockade.
And then we would have to make a move.
But the point is, even a blockade would be very difficult for the PLA to sustain, because we have, as in I mean the Western coalition, we have Philippines, we have Japan, which is the third largest navy, we have the Americans, we have the British, we have the Germans, we have the Australians, we have even India would likely.
So you're saying if they blockade Taiwan, then we're going to initiate kinetic warfare against them? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can't necessarily very easily blockade Taiwan, because the satellites imagery and just we would know what China was going to do weeks, even months before they were going to do it. Because
how far
is
Taiwan from China's coast, from its actual naval bases?
Couple hundred miles, but the point is that you still will see a huge array of military vessels and equipment moving in such a way that we would be able to tell what exactly they're planning to do and when.
And by the way, we have international waters between Taiwan and China, and that ostensibly gives us cover to go in as well, too. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, $500 trillion worth. Sorry, $5 trillion worth of commerce through there annually. So my point I'm making is that China's window to do this before 2024, just keeping it very narrow to what the general said, is limited. They either have to do it this October, next April, or next October, and that's not very much time. Equally, I just don't know how much money that they've put into the military. Not that they haven't been spending a lot, but they've got a domestic situation, and I just don't think that the PLA spreading their attention on invading Taiwan or taking Taiwan or whatever it is, whilst they've got the remnants of COVID, whilst the Chinese economy is trying to reopen, I just don't see that time frame making sense. Before 27, possibly, but I just don't think it's going to happen before 2030, personally.
Patrick, Allsource, any final comments on this general's final statement before you jumped off?
Absolutely, Mario. General Spalding is being a bit conservative. Admiral Gilday, the Navy Chief of Staff, said he couldn't rule out a 2023 action. General Minahan, the head of Air Force Mobility Command, has also given the 25 figure. I think the current war in Ukraine and the lessons that are being learned from that have probably pushed back any time frame they might have. But you have some very senior officers in the U.S. military who are sounding some serious alarm bells in conjunction with General Spalding's prediction.
Patrick, can you send me the two examples you used? Do you mind sending me some information? Just DM it to me if you don't mind, because that's concerning.
Certainly,
that's very concerning. And I just wouldn't have. Is that recent? Because considering how much support NATO has offered Ukraine, that should really deter China from doing anything with Taiwan.
Oh yeah, General Minahan said this a couple of weeks ago. Admiral Gilday said it, I think, October, November of last year. So within the past couple of months.
I'd love you if you can send me that information, Patrick, and would definitely love you, obviously Piotr, also Sporgo, anyone else, to join Austin, to join the discussion. I want to have a whole space on this, because I think this, to me, this is probably one of the most concerning geopolitical discussions there is right now. So yeah, we definitely want to have a space purely on this topic. Also, the mic is yours.
Hey, Mario, if you're doing a war game space, you have to have me. I'm a total nerd in wargaming. Do it for a living. I will do it gladly. And this is how I'll end up my point, right? And I think this is to Prodigal's point, right, about the blockade. I think the issue that China has, and with this, I'll drop out right from the space. The thing that China has to realize is my opinion is they have to go for Taiwan. Like they have to go all or nothing. If they do a blockade, or if they do what would be called kind of seizing one of the outer islands that Taiwan owns, because there's actually Taiwan territory islands that are like rocket distance, like 10, 20 kilometers from China proper, right? There's a multitude of islands that Taiwan has outside. And so a lot of the scenarios is, okay, do they seize one of the outer islands? Do they do a blockade? I think the problem with that scenario, the moment China does that, they have given their hand. Everybody understands now what their intent is. And if they do that, that allows the West to respond. And if you think that the West like what we're seeing right now in the U.S. is the largest armed militarization and arms buildup that the U.S. has had since the end of the Cold War. And our Defense Department, right, our policy right now related to Russia, Ukraine is we are going to produce so many weapons that we're going to outproduce the Russians. If China does that against Taiwan, that would mean the U.S. would do that in overdrive. And then now you allow sanctions, a lot more severe sanctions to go into place. You allow the U.S. to mobilize, to respond. And more importantly, at the Piotr's point, Japan as well, our allies in the region, the NATO, our European partners, you would allow the U.S. to build an international coalition similar to what we saw in Russia, Ukraine. And so China has to do all or nothing. I think that's the only gambit they have, and they have to do it quickly. They have to seize Taiwan as quickly as possible to prevent the U.S. from responding. But for them to do that, and I think this is what Spiritual's point is, it takes months. It will take
Yeah, but also there's one thing you're leaving out, right? China has infiltrated Taiwan heavily. I mean, they had spies in the president's security detail. I mean, before geopolitical tensions ratcheted up, it seemed that China would get Taiwan without firing a bullet.
No, and let me push
years.
back on that, because I think if I could push back on that, I think Russia did the same with Ukraine, and then we kind of saw how that does not necessarily translate into overall military success, right? And I don't disagree with that notion. I think that's obviously a risk, and then Taiwan has to take into account. But I mean, in the end of the day, there's nothing that changes actually seizing. You need boots on the ground and the defenders to surrender. And I think Russia really tried to do that in Ukraine. And I think that's one of the lessons learned that China got from this invasion with Ukraine, that they need to go all or nothing. And let me just finish with this, Mario. China realized they need to seize Taiwan quickly because they cannot allow the U.S. to respond. Because right now they understand in a toe-to-toe fight with the U.S., they're at a severe disadvantage, especially and if you add even just Japan, then it's a huge problem that they have. Because all the U.S. has to do is disrupt the Taiwan Straits, prevent China from maintaining logistical lines, and there's two lines of communications there, and they are in deep, deep, deep trouble. What happens is we saw it again. I mean, this is the lessons we learned. A speedy invasion is a recipe for disaster, right? So I think the buildup that China would have to do to initiate an invasion against Taiwan, it would not be hidden. We would know about it like Russia and Ukraine. It would allow the U.S. to respond. I think, and then we see the capabilities, and I'll keep this to your next base. Again, if you war game, please let me know.
But this is, we're calling it war game. We're talking about two proxy wars with the two biggest two of the biggest military superpowers in the world.
No, a China invasion of Taiwan is not a proxy war; it's a direct war. I'm the firm believer. Biden has basically said if China goes after Taiwan, we're going in.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
A war.
That is absolutely
Sorry, I can hear. Also.
And this is, but again, this is just for anyone in the audience. Like, we have a level-headed panel here, and not warmongers. And I've had a lot of the panelists here on Spaces in the past, very objective, and. Yeah, like this is. I didn't expect you to say this also. So you and Piotr have been level-headed. Patrick as well. Patrick, when you came in the first time when we had the missile land in Poland, you were very calm about the response and the repercussions of what that could mean. So for you guys to be talking about a direct war between China and the US is a great way to completely screw up my sleeping pattern, Piotr.
No, there's three main points. One, there's not many global conflicts that I'm genuinely concerned about. The South China Sea is one. Taiwan being the catalyst for a broader engagement with the whole of the South China Sea, with all the countries that have claims to the 9-dash line that we've mentioned. This is a genuine concern. The other is Pakistan and India over Kashmir, because they're both nuclear power states, but that's a separate conversation. And then the last point I would just mention is that, again, for China to conduct a successful amphibious landing, and this is what I was asking the general, is you need strong air support. You need strong aerial capacity to ensure that the amphibious landings aren't, shot to shit by the Taiwanese defense lines, right? But as it stands, the Chinese military would only be able to transport about 30,000 troops and that's just troops. That's not tanks. That's not equipment. That's just troops. And that's not what you need, because the Taiwanese have about 200,000 troops, well trained, and they'll be fighting for their homeland. Like the Ukrainians.
In terms of the nuclear weapons, so just back to potentially using nuclear weapons, we've discussed it at length, and I can't believe the discussion went down that path. I didn't even know that was something even worth discussing, but obviously General's comments kind of changed that, and Patrick's, the sources that Patrick sent. And all sorts will be great for this. I'll see if I can ping him to come back just to comment on this one. But we know that Russia, there's a certain process. Putin can't just press a button for nuclear warheads to be used, and generals could push back, etc. Do you have any idea? Is there any clarity or any information on the process for China and Xi Jinping using nuclear warheads? And how many levels is there before that such action could be taken?
Well, my concern about the Chinese is because, the Cold War was between the Soviets and the Americans, right? So both had the red telephone. They both had direct lines of communication of all levels, be it general, president, or whatever. And so you had a very clear understanding of the protocols with these massive stockpiles of nuclear warfare. China, because they've only ever had this minimum deterrence policy of about 250 warheads, and generally because they're very cagey when it comes to this sort of very secretive intelligence information, we don't know. I mean, maybe Patrick has more information or something, but I know very little relative to the process of Russia. And when I say I know more, I mean, I've studied it. It's easier to have, historically speaking, we've got more information about the Russians than we do the Chinese. So I'm concerned by the capacity for the Chinese to pursue proliferation of nuclear warheads, to increase their stockpile for various reasons. But second, also what the process is. It wouldn't just be a case of press red button and off we go, but it would certainly potentially be, different to the US or Russia's. But, I don't think we would likely see nuclear warheads used in Taiwan, because of the day, China wants not to nuke the island; they want to occupy the island for access to the semiconductors. It's been called the unsinkable aircraft carrier by the US in the past. Nuking Taiwan will kind of defeat the objective invading in the first place. You might as well just not bother and nuke it from afar, and not waste your energy on the navy.
I'm trying, Piotr. This is me keeping the space pragmatic. Like, you'd agree that this is a pragmatic discussion to have. Obviously, it is. You had it in your podcast, and Patrick sent a few sources, and we just had General Spalding, make that warning as a closing statement. I want to get Austin's thoughts on this, and I'll go Aaron for some closing thoughts. Austin, anything to add to the discussion? Where do you stand on this? Oh, I don't think he's on his phone. Aaron.
So I think we answered my question about China's territorial ambitions. I don't know how long it's going to take for this to play out. And I think it's hard for a lot of Americans to wrap their heads around this possibility, in part because we have such strong economic interests in China. I mean, you saw when, I think it was a general manager of the NBA stepped out and criticized China's human rights violations. And the league immediately circled the wagons and, made him shut up, more or less. That's because it's a huge market for professional basketball there. And the same thing could be said of Hollywood. There's so much of the financing for major Hollywood films now comes from China. So you have all these industries in the U.S. that are deeply tied in with China and happy to continue doing business there. And China's happy to continue doing business with us as long as it's on their terms. But setting aside those entangled economic interests, I don't see how, and I pray every day that I'm wrong, because I'm not a war hawk. I do not want this outcome. I hope we can look back and this space is recorded and you all can laugh at me for my wrongheaded prediction. I'll be very grateful. But I don't see how we avoid a hot war with China, given the trajectory that the Chinese Communist Party has been moving and the pieces they've been moving around the chessboard.
The U.S. finding a way to strategically yield without embarrassing itself, finding some sort of middle ground, coming up with a plan, a long-term plan, either to integrate Taiwan or not integrate Taiwan or meet halfway. Something like, I'm sure there's, I just find it so.
Mario,
then again, I'm naive because I never thought ever Russia would invade Ukraine.
I hope you're right about that. I don't think that's how the Chinese are thinking at all. In terms of strategy,
that would jeopardize their grasp on. Sorry to interrupt you, Aaron, but that would jeopardize their grasp on power. Especially then with dealing with zero.
Not if we're entering a new multipolar world order, right? People
it's too early to say that. Protocol. I'll let Aaron. Protocol. I'm just going to let Aaron finish. I know because I know you're going around. Sorry, because I interrupted Aaron. That's all, Protocol. And I'll give you the mic. Go ahead, Aaron.
That's all right. I'm actually gonna venture another very, very dicey prediction that I hope is proved wrong along with the first. And this one might really tie your brain in knots, Mario. I think, God forbid, if there is a hot war with China, we will very, very reluctantly, kind of kicking and screaming, eventually enter into an alliance with Russia against the Chinese.
That's not far fetched. That's not far fetched at all.
Yeah, I think that's going to be how things actually shake out and how the lines end up being drawn. If I think if developments continue as they are, both economically in the realm of particularly of big tech, in the realm of sort of the biosecurity model of governance, and that is going to obviously result in major shifts in terms of balance of power, if you want to call it
And
that.
Ukraine, so the US yields in Ukraine for Russia to become friendlier with the US. Like, it's crazy. I just thought globalization and nuclear deterrence, the self-destruction or mutual destruction are enough reasons for us not to even have this discussion. But then again, I thought it was enough reasons for the US not to invade Russia. Protocol, I'll give you the word
fine,
before
I'm
Piotr wraps it up.
For a late dinner, but I disagree. I think that was a chance before. A lot of us believed we could have done a new detente with Russia against China. Our administration chose a different path, which led to escalation of tensions in Ukraine. Listen, moves we make on their end may speed up China's timeline. We're starting to send them more advanced packages. You have the the Taiwanese tech billionaire, I believe it's pronounced Robert Tsao. He's funding a 3 million strong civilian, basically militia force in preparation for an invasion. So I agree in regards to China being strategic, but if we don't play this right, the timeline might be sped up because China does know that we don't have the production capabilities right now to support Ukraine alone, right? There's only 5 prime contractors to the Defense Department, just like we've seen consolidation in other industries. They took a model of just in time, just enough. And this new modern warfare we're seeing in Armenia and Azerbaijan and now in Ukraine is showing the past models are not going to work. And I don't see, we'll see what our defense industry does. I'll end on this. It didn't make the news, but the last budget that passed, we gave wartime purchasing authority to the Pentagon. They are buying and going to be buying up as if we are in war, which technically I would argue we are. So, we'll see what happens.
I'll go. I think Piotr will be. Thanks, Borgo. Final thoughts. I know we are wrapping up. Just for the audience first, and Piotr will give the final words before Jim and Nick wrap it up. But first, I just pinned above again. I'll retweet it on my profile so you can see it. The newsletter. So it was an incredible space. I didn't expect it to go on for that long. Wanted to wrap it up hours ago. But we just had so many great guests. It was an incredible discussion. One of my favorite spaces in a while. Really enjoyed this one. And we were contemplating whether to do a space on the whole balloon discussion for hours, for days, since yesterday. And we're like, yeah, we'll just do it as part of the debate that we've been preparing for a while between the tensions between China and the US. I didn't expect it. First, I didn't expect the guests that we had to come in last minute. And we decided to do this space an hour before we actually did it. So well done for the team. But also didn't expect General's comments and then the feedback afterwards by the panel regarding the risks of a US-China war. Otherwise, I've pinned the newsletter above. So make sure you register there, subscribe to get the latest updates, to get recaps of the space. And also go to the comments, bottom right corner, and give me your thoughts. What would you like covered in our China-US debate? I'm just going to call it that, keep it general. And whether that concerns you, potential war between a direct war, as Allsource himself mentioned, the conservative Allsource, conservative as in relatively pragmatic, that if China invades Taiwan, he expects a direct conflict between both superpowers. So would love to know whether that's a concern of yours.
Japan
I'm
already
go through
said
the comments.
they're in it if that happens, right? Japan has basically said that, and now Japan is remilitarizing. They're actually going to start purchasing offensive weapons, which I agree with. I want Japan in the fight.
So I'll give the I want Japan in the fight. Prodigal, you already started the war in your head. I want Japan in the fight. I'll give the mic to Piotr. Piotr, you helped a lot with the moderators to organize the panel and invite a few of the guests. So really appreciate it and can't wait to work with you on the next space on the US-China relations. But would love your final closing thoughts, mainly focused on the tensions between both countries and whether we should be worried, because you are relatively pragmatic. Final thoughts, and then we'll go to Jim and Nick to wrap up the space.
Yes, so thanks a lot for the space. I'm happy to provide more guests from, various people I know. Just let me know what you want and when. If anyone in the audience wants anything, message Mario and I'll see if I can facilitate something. But yeah, to the topic at hand, I mean, look, we are in a very difficult situation. I want to make two main points, which is one, we must be careful in directly comparing Ukraine with any scenario in Taiwan. Taiwan is an island. It's in a very busy shipping area. It's in a very wavy sea bit. The entire bit would either be done, as General Spalding calls, from paratroopers and with support from the mainland through missile battery or coming down, raining from the skies, right? Or it would be done via some amphibious, multifaceted landing. Ukraine is a terrestrial invasion utilizing tanks. The terrain is very flat. It's very open. Taiwan is heavily populated with trees, rocks. The beaches aren't even that great for amphibious vehicles. So it's very different. So we need to keep those in mind. Equally, Russia is reckless. It's a smaller power run by someone who wants to rekindle Russia's, glory days. It's an inferiority complex. Whilst China is very much on par with the US, it's a much more, it's 10 times, 20 times the economy of Russia. And so the scenarios are very different. The other thing I just want to emphasize is about tensions right now. Yeah, we're in a difficult moment. The balloon, we can argue, is a distraction. It's a test. It's a fuck up, whatever. Excuse me. Whatever you want to call it. It's reflective of the very tense period that we're in. I'm not a scaremongering person. If you ever attend my rooms, you'll realize that I push back heavily against scaremongering or sensationalism. But the South China Sea theater is one that I am concerned about. As to whether or not we see this in the next couple of years remains to be seen, if not at all. And I'll land with this point, which is that sometimes in history, countries deliberately use objects or other things as a way to fan nationalism. And there are some people who don't believe that China ever intends to invade Ukraine, at least directly, because they need it to sustain support for the CCP. I'm not saying whether or not that's the case. I'm just simply sharing this perspective that some theorists have suggested. I see Sebastian's back, so he may well want to get onto that point.
Well, Sebastian, we just spoke. We were looking at wrapping up the space. Those literally final words. So, Sebastian, I don't know if you heard the discussion we had General Spalding earlier.
Good.
You did hear that because you messaged me during it. He had a comment at the end that we were just discussing. He said he would not be surprised, or he expects. I can't remember whether he said he wouldn't be surprised or he expects China to invade Taiwan or to try to invade Taiwan before the next U.S. election. So, in the next 16 months. And then I was surprised. I thought he was that was an anomaly. Not many had that theory. And then Patrick sent me articles that others, other generals and other respected people within the military, voiced similar concerns. Is that a concern in your opinion? Could China invade Taiwan in the near future?
So I'm not a sinologist, but I greatly respect General Spalding, and he's been a guest on my show frequently, and he was the former defense attaché in Beijing for the United States. So I've only heard that from him, from Gordon Chang, and from David Goldman. Those are the three guys I respect the most. If you look at the 3-star general who released the letter Friday before last, he's in charge of an element of the Air Force that controls 110,000 of our troops, and he said that he expects China to take Taiwan before 2025. So that's somebody who's actually in uniform now. Within 48 hours.
Who said that? Sorry, Sebastian. Who said that?
It was. You have to look it up. It was General Miniford, I think, or Miniford, I think it is name. It caused a lot of. It was not yesterday. It was the Friday before that. It was released. It was an official letter to his troops that was dated February the 1st. It was leaked before February the 1st, and he said in this letter on his command letterhead, General Miniford, somebody can look it up right now. I'm actually driving. I just dropped my kids off. That he expects China to take Taiwan before 2025. So, yeah, I mean, look, if you get General Spalding, if you get Gordon Chang, and if you get David Goldman on the next space, bring them up with somebody who doesn't share that analysis, and let's have a debate, because these guys are the best of the best. He's flown in combat. Rob was a B-1, a stealth bomber pilot. He served in Beijing. So yeah, look, they've made it very clear that they don't recognize the independence of Taiwan. We never gave them the mini subs that W. Bush promised to them. So it's a gaping wound in the quote unquote sovereignty of the communist state of China. So I would defer to their judgment. If Rob says that, Rob knows what he's talking about.
Jim, Nick.
Yeah, do Nick first. I've got about 1% battery here, so I'm going to try to wrap this very quickly. Just want to say great job to the team. Really, it's awesome. Created a diverse group of panel experts with a wide range of expertise. Practically no notice at all. Clearly, there's a lot more to discuss.
By the way, sorry, Nick, I know you have low battery, but just very quickly, anyone that knows Sebastian, because Sebastian is driving, anyone knows what Sebastian is referring to, if you can send me through the general's name and the article, that would be great, because I just want to look into this further before we do the next space. Sorry, Nick, I know you have... Oh, thanks, Bill.
Mario,
Thanks, man.
I posted a link to that on top if you scroll through the...
Oh, perfect. We'll go. Thank you so much. Yes, Mike Minahan. Mike Minahan.
Fortune magazine.
Is it Mike, Sebastian, it's Mike Minahan. Is that who you're referring to? Because I heard you say Miniford.
Yes, it's Minihan, General Minihan.
Oh,
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, cool. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry, Nick.
Okay, so just going to say real quick, clearly there's a lot more to discuss about the whole U.S.-China situation, Trump's China policies versus Biden's, what the ultimate goal of China is to replace the U.S. as, the world's predominant superpower. And are they actually a threat or not? So we're going to end up doing a space on this very soon. I think we're going to really start putting a lot of effort into planning this over the next few days, and maybe we'll have something next week or the week after. But I'm excited for that, and we'll have some really hard-hitting panelists for it.
Thanks, man. Jim, final closing statements for the audience.
Yeah, hey, when it is shocking, obviously, when General Spalding says what he says, the potential for a hot war, and I think I tend to agree with him. I'm not very fond of war, but I have to tend to agree that if something happens in Taiwan, then it will be a hot war. Unless we just sit on our hands and do nothing, and it would be absurd for us to do that. And
Jim. War with China over Taiwan is likely in 2025. Warns U.S. General Mike Minahan. I hope I am wrong.
Yeah, I hope he's wrong too. I don't subscribe to that. I think I'm with Piotr on that, but it is possible. I mean, it certainly is possible. But so what it will do is change the face, and I say this from discussions I have with people in Asia, people in Taipei, and the government that I know. And just my experiences around that. And I'm not an expert, but just my experiences just on the edges of legislative activity and other activities. And I'm just saying that, then it's going to change the dynamic of how we think about the Asian theater, because it will bring Japan in. Japan will come in strong if anything like this happens. That's going to be the first major engagements that they would have ever been in since World War II. And that changes the fundamental nature of how we look at that. I'm with Piotr. I think that the South China Sea is maybe the most critical area, militarily and otherwise, in the world right now. It is the greatest potential for problems beyond even what's happening with Ukraine and the potential fallout with NATO, that something like that could happen. I don't see that nearly as a threat as just what's lingering in the South China Sea, just waiting to happen if something goes wrong. China's intent upon asserting itself, that's why they're building islands there, that's why they're making, the deal with the Solomon Islands and other things. This is a very serious threat and a very grave concern. I do want to emphasize what I brought up, and I was glad that General Spalding added to this with an agreement. I believe, and have for some time, having done business in India, I believe we need to move in a strong direction. It's a long-term plan, but a strong direction of really forming those ties with India because they are the one counter. They've been a nation that has had a policy of non-aggression and not utilizing their military that has suddenly shifted its way of thinking about how it does the military and gotten into a buildup itself. This is a key partner for us potentially because they also love Americans. It's actually the largest English-speaking country in the world. A lot of people do not know that. And so there are a lot of reasons to draw closer to India too as we consider this theater. So this is a hot spot. It's going
It's
to be
also
a
a
great
country
topic of
a
discussion.
billion people, right, Jim?
What?
I mean, it's also the only other country that has a billion
Well,
people.
it's just about to surpass China in population if it hasn't already. It's getting very close. So yes, it's a key factor to what we're doing. And again, more 450 million English speakers in India. It is absolutely
Hold on, Jim. I can't believe what you just said, and it's true.
Yeah.
India's about to surpass. I think it already did, possibly already did. Hold on, I think it just did. Last 2 years. 2 years ago, hold on. 2 years ago, India was at 1.408 billion, and China was at 1.412 billion.
Right.
So you're looking just a few tens of millions difference, and that gap could be closed, especially with the recent articles we're seeing. So it could be the most populated country in the world.
And in fact, their demographics are much better than China's because of China's one-child policy.
I'm very bullish. Very financially, economically, I'm very bullish on India. We're expanding our business.
I have to tell you,
India is also the wealthiest.
Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh yeah, I was just quick comment. India is also in terms of ethnic groups in the United States, the ethnic group with the most wealth.
Yeah, and so
January, and the article Jim, also just back to your point about population. A month ago, this baby could push India past China to become the world's most. Any day now, the UN will declare India as the most populous country in the world, and that probably would have happened already. That's insane. I had no idea.
Yeah, and their technical capabilities and skills. I mean, their STEM capabilities are quite similar to China's. There are some differences in approaches and stuff like that in development, but nonetheless. So and this is something we'll pick up in this space coming up because I didn't want to belabor it too far, but it's a key point. India is a key factor in what happens. They are a counter to China militarily in the region, and their military could potentially get to a place to be a counter, but not beyond the military factors. The economic factors really draw people, and Piotr talked about the pull and push stuff. That we need to change that dynamic with India very quickly, and I think we could if we were determined to do so. I did appreciate Donald Trump making a strong effort to reach out to Modi and to build that relationship up, to go to the country himself. I have for years been, because of my experiences there, been talking about how we need to take a look at that. It's a really potentially positive factor. They believe in peace. They're not out for war, but they are also willing to fight and have fought with China. So to sum this up,
And it's official, and Jim, it's official, by the way. Just got a confirmation from someone from the audience. Bloomberg article: India's population has already overtaken. That was 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Already. So India's officially the most populous country in the world.
Right. And
insane.
And that gets fungible as this is starting to change. But yes, that's going to happen. Their demographics are better. They do have larger families there. I know. I hang out with those families in Delhi for many, many years. So anyway, that's a positive factor here. But the South China Sea. The balance of power in Asia is really a key factor for what happens in the future, and that's why things have to be so good here in the United States, because we are ultimately the beacon of freedom if we can sustain it, if we can regain it, and so the implications are tremendous. But anyway, I think this has been a fantastic discussion and a very useful space. For us,
as an incredible space with such. We only prepared it.
Oh yeah, when we
prepared it in an hour, and the guests that we had, it's going to be epic.
Epic.
Piotr, go ahead. Final thoughts. I'm not sure if Patrick wants to add anything before I close the space. Go ahead, Piotr.
No, it was just India overtook China earlier in this year. About a week, 10 days into the year, they officially overtook them. That was according to UN data. I mean, again, it takes, fun fact for everyone, 800 or so million people are eligible to vote in India. It takes them over a month to count all the votes and do the entire democratic process. So it's crazy.
And I haven't looked into the relationship between India and China recently.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible. They had a skirmish in 2020. Two Indian soldiers died.
Yeah, the disputed territory. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
and US has been warming up, and China's pretty pissed off because US has been warming up more and more to India in the last few months.
In fact, for both of them,
Correct?
the only military engagements that each of those countries have had primarily have been with each other and not anywhere else. It's a very interesting dynamic.
But India's had military engagement with
Pakistan.
That's the biggest. That's probably their biggest potential enemy is Pakistan, followed by India. Correct, Piotr?
Well, blame the British for that, and the way that they arbitrarily cut up the country.
Jammu Kashmir.
But Piotr, again, so just back to to kind of wrap it up with the following question, Piotr, because I do want to close the space. But last question, just for the audience. As the person that's probably the most anti-warmongering person I've had on stage, how concerned should people be? And I wanted to come out from you as the main person to push back against anyone that's talking about potential wars.
What, in between China and America over Taiwan or India?
Yes, man. Yeah, forget India for now.
Okay, well, dude, I mean, I'm putting my entire political career on the path. I would say the likelihood of Taiwan versus America directly...
let's say in the next 5 years, or let's do more extreme, in the next 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years, less than 50%. In the next 5 years, above 50%. Or around 50%. I really.
You're talking. Hold on, Piotr. You're talking about direct confrontation between U.S. and China. Direct confrontation, or just possibly less than 50. I thought you'd be saying like 10%. That's 10-20% is concerning enough for me in the next 2-3 years. This space is really not. This is the last thing I wanted to end the space with. That note.
The probability is quite high, Mario. The probability. Well, again, in wargaming scenarios. Anything under 50% is you don't put anything above 60% because it's just pointless. Anything above that, you might as well just engage nuclear warfare. I mean, Patrick's a military guy, probably more knowledgeable on this than I am, but I would say, possibility in the next 5 years, 40-50%. Under that, okay, maybe.
Cool. All right, man. And I'm canceling. I was days away from moving to Miami again for a while. I'm just let me cancel those plans after the space.
How do you think I feel?
Yeah. All right, man. I'll all right, man. We're gonna wrap up the space. Anything to add, Patrick, before I close it down? We went way over time.
No, Mario. I think we pretty much said it all.
Thanks, man. Thanks for ruining my night. Appreciate you all, audience. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, the panel. It was a great space and unexpected guests. If anything develops with the balloon, I've got a pinned thread on my space, and I'm sure other panelists are tweeting about it as well. Rose Alerts is sending regular updates on the matter, so definitely check out his account. He's the source that a lot of us have been using. So massive shout out to Rose Alerts and all the panelists that we've had. Sebastian, I see you in the audience. Thanks for giving us your time. And General Spalding as well was great to have among all other panelists. But I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you.